Okay, I think that fixed it. I'm in a little trouble with OBS here. Should be getting started in just a second. Thank you for your patience. Hope everybody's doing well today. Good. Okay. Order, got the reactive picture. Looks like everything is all set. Okay, awesome. Hello, Saria. How you doing? How are you feeling? I know you've been going through quite a bit to say the least. Are you feeling comfortable? Are you feeling okay? Hope your weekend's going okay. Hope you're getting a chance to rest up. Just get myself situated here. We'll get started in about 5 minutes. But I'd be happy to hear how things are going on your end in the meantime. Kona, hey, how's it going, man? I was actually just gonna message you later tonight. I was thinking earlier today, like, hey, I haven't heard from Kona in a little while. Hope they're doing okay. It's really good to hear from you. How's it going? What are you up to this weekend? I think I saw you in Sage's server a little while ago, which is awesome. Kind of cool to see the community like gathering together, so to speak. Sorry, says, hello, finally home. I'm actually relaxing playing Fire Emblem now. Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad you made it home okay. Which Fire Emblem are you playing? I think we talked about 3 houses at some point, is that right? When we were talking about Hyrule Warriors and all that? Let me just get some resources together here. Sorry I'm running a little bit late today. I've been trying to figure out how I want to kind of plan out this stream, how to approach it. I think I'm going to start off by talking a little bit about Kaguya and Sarada, because the debate that I'm going to be responding to today, Noodles, of course, versus Troy, they talked about Kaguya versus Sarada. The main thing that I want to talk about is, you know, less the arguments about those characters specifically, less like debunking the perspective on one character versus another, and more talking about the debate and the semantics and the arguments that were made. But I think it's important to have at least some context, especially if you're not familiar with you know, a lot of people, I think, speaking for myself anyway, kind of get to the war arc and get to Kaguya and then are like fatigued by everything else that's going on and just kind of skim through it because it's only 10 chapters anyway and things go by so fast. There's a whole lot of information that's very packed in very densely, so it can be a little difficult to parse out everything that's happening, and especially to remember it when you're trying to debate somebody about it. But then the Sarada feats that I think Troy was going to get to are in 2 Blue Vortex, which is, if you're not familiar, 2 Blue Vortex is to Boruto what Shippuden is to Naruto. It's like the sequel or the second part, or however you want to view it. And I think, I'm guessing he was probably going to bring up some recent feats, so I don't have to read all the chapters. I want to at least, you know, show the thing that I think was going to get brought up. And my goal, as usual, is going to be to kind of show you what things look like from my perspective, but more just kind of try to give you some context about the fights overall. So just in case anybody, sorry, I mean like to give you information and then let you come to your own conclusions, just to kind of help to clear up the inconsistencies or misunderstandings. So just so everybody is aware, I am going to talk a little bit about 2 Blue Vortex spoilers. We're going to talk about chapter 20 to 22-ish. And of course, we're also going to be talking about the end of Naruto, in case anybody hasn't caught up yet. So if you are concerned about spoilers, you're either listening to this or watching the video on demand back, I would say we'll probably be done covering the fight by the 1 hour mark for sure. So if you want to skip ahead or just wait for an hour, sorry, I don't want to be alienating to anybody, but that way, you know, if you haven't caught up and you want to know what happens with Sarada and all that in these chapters, just want to give you a heads up. Okay, so Saria says, I'm actually playing three Hopes, the alternate timeline of 3 houses. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I remember really, really enjoying Awakening. Although I would always, I played it like 3 or 4 times, or tried to play it 3 or 4 times, but always wound up quitting. Thanks, Ikimoto. I always wound up quitting around the point where your character, like, there's a time skip and your character gets married or whatnot, or can get married. After that, it always kind of lost a little interest to me, but the overall plot and mechanics and everything were really, really cool. And I'd be curious to hear if the series has continued to advance over the years. Uh, Konakun says my Discord got deleted. I couldn't connect to my old account, so I had to create no. Oh, that sucks. That's really it's really frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, do you know what caused it? Was it just like a glitch or something like that? That's very frustrating though, especially if you've had the account for a while. Um, oh, you weren't hacked. Okay, that much is good at least. Sorry says, also I agree, John. Spy Kage said similar. Naruto is very fast paced, but a lot of things happen in a very short amount of time. Yeah, that's true. I think he pointed out, was it he or Six pointed out that, the Jiraiya fight where Jiraiya's death, spoilers, and Itachi's death actually happened on the same day. But if you were reading it like growing up when the manga was coming out, or even if you just like pace yourself and don't binge it, um, there are like months between when those events happen in your real life. So it seems like the whole like all of that stuff is being drawn out over a long period of time because that's how we perceive it as we read it. But then after that, like the pain fight, I think happens like 6 days after that or something like that, right? It's very like the Kakuzu versus like the awesome fuck, I'm gonna get the timeline wrong, but it's like the Asuma fight with Kakuzu and Hidan happens, and then it's like 6 days between that and when their rematch happens, and then Naruto trains, I think, for maybe a week or two, and while he's training, Jiraiya and Itachi die, and then Pain shows up, like all in that short time span, and that's about 120 chapters or so. So that's like a sixth of the manga that happens over the course of a few weeks, if I'm getting the timeline right. So yeah, that's crazy. Konakon says, have you heard of the Fate series? I decided that I would 100% all the Fate animes, so I've been busy with that. Okay, cool. Is it like Fate Stay Night? Am I thinking of the correct thing? I definitely heard of that title before, although I really have no real framework for it. I feel like there was a YouTuber that I was watching play some VNs, and they played like Steins Gate or Steins Gate. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And then I think they might have started to play one of the Fate games as well. But I'm honestly not sure. I still gotta watch that Jellyfish Don't Swim at Night. Is that what it's called? I still have it on my list. I'm just like way behind on my backlog of games to play and media to consume. So I haven't forgotten about it though, just so you know. Konakun then says, by the way, I was so surprised to learn that Madara Susanoo doesn't have wings. Those things on the back of the Susanoo are hands? What the hell? Is that right? I mean, do you remember what chapter he gets the Susanoo for the first time? Gotta be something like 590, right? It's when he's fighting the no, it has to be earlier than that. When he's fighting the Shinobi Alliance. His perfect Susanoo that cuts the mountains, right? If you happen to know. Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, Fate Last Encore, Fate Grand Order. Yeah. Okay, so I've definitely heard those names before. I just haven't really interacted with the franchises per se. What are they like? Are they kind of fantasy? Are they sci-fi? Are they more kind of grounded in reality? Yeah, I'm genuinely curious to see this, but I don't know even where to look. I guess it would be soon after this, right? He does seem to have like 4 arms, which I think is a reference to something in Buddhism, right? I don't remember where he actually like chops down the mountains. I thought it was after this. I do remember that moment where he's like, it's got to be soon after this. I do remember that moment where he's like, so would you like all of the 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 wood clones to have Susanoo or not? This moment right here is fucking awesome. I'm not like the biggest Madara stan, but he does have some pretty incredible moments, aura moments, as the term is, right? Fate is a battle fantasy. Cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. I hope you're enjoying it. Try to pace yourself though. No need to binge the whole series at once unless you want to. I started like I know I just said I'm behind on everything, and I do need to kind of get like caught up on my backlog, but I also have a tendency, like when I'm stressed out about stuff, to pick a show that I can just kind of like half pay attention to. So I started watching Boardwalk Empire recently, just because it kept showing up on my like YouTube shorts and I was curious about it. And so yeah, I made it through like 3 seasons over the past 2 weeks or so. By made it through 3 seasons, I mean like I've had it just sort of running in the background. Oh, here we go. Had it running in the background while I've been doing other things as like background noise, and then occasionally paying attention when I hear a gunshot or something. That's true, but I wanted to see it in context. Konokun says you could have just searched Madara Susanoo. Yeah, you could have. You're right. And I always like to see it in the manga itself for whatever reason. Yeah, let me see. So you're saying that these things back here are hands? Okay, I definitely see like the second hand over there, but then it kind of looks like these are arms, if anything, like arms that just have like weird ass elbows that extend backwards and upwards like flames. Does that make sense? Or am I not looking at the right thing? Yeah, so he has 4 sets of arms, but then this kind of goes up and it looks a bit like a mantle of flames or something like that. Almost like a mecha. Which is kind of appropriate. I think it's you know, we all know that Kakuzu, his character design in his like Jongu long range assault mode was inspired by mecha, right? Yeah, cool. Hey Luan Jax, how's it going? Good to see you. How's your weekend going? Yeah, exactly. I think I see what you're saying, Konakun. Like they're in his hands over here, right? Like this. He's got one hand down here that's holding, looks like it's holding another sword, and then this, his rear hand or whatever. Or no, this is probably his main right hand, and then this is like an extra right hand that's also holding something. He's got 2 sets over there. I thought what you meant was like there were like 2 big hands on his back, like Sasuke when he was in his cursed state too. It's like, okay, I'm pretty sure I didn't miss that, but no, that's cool. I don't think I ever really noticed it or really paid attention to it. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. 1 2 1 2. I wonder, I remember reading some Reddit thread at some point about like how Ronnie in and a couple of other things in Elden Ring rather, have 4 arms, and it's supposed to be a reference to a specific thing in Buddhism or whatnot. I wonder, I mean, obviously like Kishimoto takes a lot from Shinto and from Buddhism, so I'd be curious to know if there's any relation there. Such a cool moment as well. Really cool. Okay, so let me do a little bit of an intro. So first of all, if you are Luan Jack says just coping with the fact that Itachi had no durability. I feel your pain, man. That's true. Durability and stamina are the 2 things that are holding him back from like soloing the verse, right? But if Kishimoto didn't give him any weaknesses, then it just wouldn't be fair. Like nobody would have a shot. So that's fair. I mean, like, it's interesting. I'd like to have a conversation at some point to a more extended conversation, I guess, about durability in I just saw Konakun's message in Naruto in general, because there's that one thing that keeps coming up about Minato's like getting the wood splinter in his thigh, but obviously we have other feats like Sasuke when he has a Susanoo active, Danzo stabs him with the kunai and the kunai just fucking shatters, right? So like there seems to be this implicit understanding that more chakra, and more specifically denser chakra, creates like a protective coating over your body, but you yourself as a ninja, unless you deliberately reinforce your body, are actually just a normal human, right? So you are as durable as flesh is durable unless you're doing something about it. So I guess Itachi just doesn't tend to use a whole lot of like reinforcement jutsu, because he's relying more on his deception, genjutsu, doppelgangers and stuff like that. Yeah, oh man, I remember seeing that spread around, and then have you seen that like response image where it's basically like clips from 20 other anime, and people are saying like she won't die even if we kill her, like the dead won't remain dead just because they're dead, and it's just like a bunch of response like rebuttals to that, and then one final panel of that character of is it Shiro having a mental breakdown essentially. Some ball knowledge, yeah. Okay, so thank you to everybody who's stopped by the stream already. Thank you to anybody who is taking a look at the VOD after the fact. Welcome. I really appreciate you checking out the stream. To give a little bit of an overview of what we're going to be talking about today, this is the second video in a two-part, I think a two-part series, might be three, discussing not just a particular Naruto debate, but also how debates kind of spiral and go off the rails sometimes, how they break down some of the mistakes or tactics, however you want to see it, that people can make that wind up, I think, leading to a breakdown of the conversation overall. And so, you know, as usual, if you're familiar with the channel, you may have heard of a YouTuber called Noodles who talks about Naruto stuff. About a month ago, he had a debate with another YouTuber, Troy, or simply Troy1, and in their debate, they ostensibly were going to talk about Sarada versus Kaguya, with Noodles taking the Kaguya perspective, so to speak, or position rather. And over the course of that debate, it very quickly went off the rails because Noodles objected to what he perceived as baseless skepticism coming from Troy. And as we talked about last time, there is such a thing as baseless or toxic skepticism, and that can absolutely shut down debates and waste people's time. And so I don't want to support that per se, but I don't agree that that's what Troy was doing. And just like, you know, Noodles then went on to have a debate with Six, and then with sorry, I'm blanking on your name, with Shad, and tried the same approach or tactic in both of those debates to basically say like, if you challenge me and are skeptical about the claims that I make, then you are starting down this line of ridiculousness and absurdity, and basically skepticism even in and of itself just leads to absurdity and therefore cannot be used. And no, the net effect, if we were to accept that, would be that basically debates are just people taking turns making claims but never challenging the other person's claim, and that would obviously not go anywhere. So I want to start by looking at Kaguya briefly, and also looking at Sarada briefly. So again, spoilers for chapter 20 to 22 of TBV. But then I kind of want to focus also on the debate and the arguments and the ways in which things break down. Not to pick on Noodles incessantly, I am also going to pull out my notes, and if we have time, I think we will. We're going to look at a couple of examples of other instances of skepticism in other debates that I think were also kind of impediments to the conversation. So for example, Swag, not to pick on Swag, but like he, I think, would probably agree that he's more of a like content creator slash explainer slash like character analyzer, or whatever the right term would be, more so than a debater first and foremost. And so when you go and listen to some of his older debates, like the one that he did with Parrot that everybody's aware of, the raw durability debate, he kind of does a little bit of this from time to time, where he takes this approach of saying, well, you just don't know, you don't know that might not be true, and therefore, but right, he tries to use I guess open-ended, or what you might call global skepticism, to just distract from his opponent's points without necessarily countering them. He doesn't do that the whole debate, just to be clear, but there's a couple instances where he does. So, you know, not to just spend the entire stream picking on Noodles. We'll go back and take a look at some other stuff as well if there's time, because the goal here is not to like point a finger at anyone in particular. It's more to just kind of identify what the issues with the approach to logic or empiricism, or whatever you want to call it, what the, actually a better term would be argumentation, like what the problems in the argumentation are that are causing, I think, like friction and maybe in some cases animosity between people about this stuff. I also do want to make mention of some unnecessarily hostile language, and I'm not just talking about the sort of you know, like throwing out slurs or whatever that happens in various debates, but the ways in which language in these debates are used in a manipulative and sometimes abusive way to try to like I guess denigrate your opponent rather than supporting your own claims. So fun topic. Low key, talking about manipulation and verbal abuse. This is going to be great. But let's start off and keep things low key. Let's start off by talking about Kaguya. And the Kaguya fight starts around chapter 679, or at 679, and it only lasts 10 chapters. So, and the TBV stuff I'm going to be talking about is basically just chapter 21, maybe 22. So I'd encourage you all on your own time, if you're interested in any of the stuff, go through, reread the fight. It'll only take maybe an hour, if that. And look for things that I might have gotten wrong, as well as things that I, am hopefully pointing out that are accurate. The goal here is more to kind of give you guys a background and some context for what's happening, and then hopefully you can, if you're interested in the topic, you can then go and kind of make your own opinions and make your own content if you want to about all this stuff, as opposed to me saying, no, this is the character who wins, this is the character who loses, this debater is better than the other, any of that shit, right? So hopefully that all seems fair. Let me just get some water and we'll be getting right into it. Okay, catching up here. Fate taught me that King Arthur was a woman. I'm going to pretend that wasn't in reference to Fate, the series, and just like destiny itself calling on you to let you know of King Arthur's true identity. There was actually a female king, and I've had some disagreement with my partner about this because I think her name was Jadwiga, and she was the king. She was a female king of Poland, but had some disagreement because technically the term female king is sort of an oxymoron. But no, she was actually a king, despite being a lady. Check her, look into her. She's well, I'll type her name out in chat because it's a little. I think that's how you spelled it. Luan Jack says, you thought killing me would be enough to kill me. Yeah, exactly. I think that was one of them too. Yeah, there's always exceptions and like weird rules and stuff to consider, right? In various universes with these fights. Konokun says power scaling is not cringe, power scalers are. Yeah, honestly, every once in a while I'll see a YouTube video that says like power scaling is stupid, or like who's the I don't know, like something along those lines that kind of indicate that power scaling is fundamentally broken and just like at its core it's fucking stupid. I don't think so. I think from my perspective anyway, maybe this is naive, the whole point of doing this stuff is that it helps us to better understand the characters and the series and the art that the creator made. Because if you really actually want to argue for like, I don't know, Lee versus a Chunin exam Lee versus Sasuke, right? You kind of have to understand how chakra works. You have to understand how the gates work. You have to understand how the Sharingan works. You have to, etc., right? Like, it requires a certain amount of knowledge, and usually it requires more knowledge, I think, than most people are just going to get through reading the series once or even twice, because it's not just about understanding the overall narrative of what happened. It's also understanding the mechanics of everything that went down in the fight and being able to break them down and understand and explain them at a high level and defend a perspective on it, develop and then defend a perspective on it. So to my mind, all of this is in service of better understanding the narrative and the characters. I understand that not everybody agrees with that. I left a server recently, not to be coy about it, I think it was Miyaboku, because a bunch of people in there were basically just like being like really shitty and mocking the idea of people taking debates seriously and actually wanting to have like decent conversations with other people. And I don't know, fine, I understand that some people just want the debate, they want the competition, they want the hostility, they want the smoke and the drama and all that. Fine, whatever. Like, I've talked about that on the stream before. They can do that if they want. I'm not going to go around policing people on that account. But to me, what I always found inspiring, what I hoped for out of this was just that, right? Like, a deeper understanding. And so that's what I kind of expect, and that's what I kind of hope. But I mean, it's actually really hard, and I don't even think I'm really that good at it. I'm much better at analyzing other people's work and trying to like add to the conversation that's already been started than starting my own scaling. I think I did a decent job with the um, Kid Buu versus Buhan thing, but that was already pretty well established, and there was only a couple dozen chapters to go over. If I really wanted to argue something like Sage Kabuto versus the Gokage, like, I don't know, that would require so much goddamn research for me to feel like confident saying anything about that. And that's how I feel about a lot of matchups that people talk about. I've wanted to do like a Kisame versus Orochimaru for a long time because I love both of those characters. But every time I start, I'm like paralyzed by how many different things there are to consider. Unless I just go for the, well, fucking giant water bubble wins and then GG, right? Which might be the case. But anyway, that being said, part of me wants to be like, yeah, well, people suck at it and they don't do a good job, and then, I don't like the way they handle it. But when you actually try to do it, like to actually come up with a calc, for example, like just try to calc the size of the Chibaku Tensei in this fight that we'll get to in a minute. Good luck. Like, have fun. Let me know how that goes. It's a lot harder than you'd think, accounting for things like perspective and camera angle and like quote unquote zoom level or whatever the right term for that is. Even like simple math is kind of hard to apply correctly. We talked about other people's calcs on stream before. We went over some, and I was really impressed with how much detail and effort there was in it. That applies to scaling too, and that applies to argumentation and everything. Like, it's tough. So I understand why a lot of it turns out not so good, and why that represents a lot of frustration, and people looking in on it from the outside could be like, what the fuck are these people even doing? Like, I was watching what's his name, Moist Critical, Penguin Zero, talking about the whole Seth situation, and at one point he said something along the lines of like, now understand that these people are fighting over virtual anime debates, not anime. They're not disagreeing about anime. They're disagreeing about which character within an anime would beat the shit out of each other, and then or beat the other one's ass, he said. And something about the way that he phrased that, I was like, yeah, we do spend a lot of time and effort just trying to establish who kicks whose ass, right? So I get it that, like, from the outside it can look a little cringy, but ideally, especially, and I see this in Sage's server all the time, people kind of come together and put their heads together, and some people use narrative analysis, some people use like their skills at translation, some people use the art and the calcs, and basically we all kind of develop a better understanding. Like Sage himself, I think, is really good at finding supplementary resources and stuff online, gathering those and putting those into context. So, like, if we all do this together, we can, as a community, better understand and elevate the work, the art, and then I think that helps other people get into it, and it kind of spreads in a positive way. That's the idea, and I don't think there's anything fucking cringy about that. So let me see. Konokun versus the time zone is not close. Hopefully, are you getting some sleep? Hopefully you're taking care of yourself. Luan Jack says, Swag's debate with Parrot on the Naruto KCM 72x faster than the Raikage cut was pretty good. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that. I thought that it's a shame that it's still unlisted. But I think I posted it in the Discord at one point. So it should be there if you guys want to take a look at it. But yeah, it was pretty good. I do think that Parrot is a little overly, like, I don't know what the term for it is, like snarky sometimes, a little bit too smug. And I don't agree with his conclusions all the time, but overall, like, compared to other debates as well, it was relatively respectful, and it was interesting to kind of get different perspectives on the nitty-gritty of how a calc can be applied and analyzed. Like a relatively simple calc, but still, a great example for how even something that's pretty simple can still take a lot of explaining and analysis to really understand. And for the record, even though I'm not the hugest fan of Parrot's style, I do think that Swag, the way that he uploaded the grown adult tries to convince me about Kakazu video was really petty and uncalled for. I kind of lack the context. Like, I understand that there's some context between them, and it's not really my place to say, like, comment on their relationship or whatever, but like having the oh stinky monkey up there, and then I don't know, the way he was just kind of made fun of, I don't know if that was really necessary. It feels a little bit much to me. Just put the debate up and let people come to their own conclusions rather than editing it like that. But oh well. Dr. Strangle asks, oh, hey, Dr. Strangle, good to see you. How's your weekend going? Appreciate you stopping by. Isn't that just a Queen Regent? I don't remember the details. I was listening to a history book. I think it was called, like, The Greatest Military Blunders in History or something like that. And they were talking about, it's really good. It's an audiobook. I think it's like $10 if you want to get it. But basically, it was like sort of going over all of these military disasters throughout history. And I think her name came up at some point. Not necessarily as the one who caused the disaster, but somebody who was involved. And she was described specifically as a female king rather than a queen regent. I'm not exactly sure how that works semantically, but that's what I've heard. But feel free to double check. Saria says, I remember reading up on you at Dwiga. Oh, cool, yeah. But I have moments where my autism takes hold, and I randomly start looking into things that happened in human history because random moments of hyperfixation. Well, I don't know if this will be encouraging you or enabling you or both, but yeah, definitely check out that book, Decisive Battles in World History and the Greatest Military Blunders of World History. They're both via the Great courses on Audible, and they're great because they're basically a series of like short fun lectures. They're like half an hour long, and they all feature like interesting characters, like real characters, real people, but people with a lot of personality who make silly mistakes, and those silly mistakes have drastic consequences. And then they're great starting points for then going off to learn more about the historical time periods that they're talking about. Like, for example, I think the first one discussed is the Battle of the Crater, which is essentially, I'm going to spoil it for you, but basically, like, in the Civil War, they were planning to, I think the Union was planning to, like, tunnel under a Confederate fort and blow it up from underneath. And if they had done that, they would have won, they would have ended the war early and saved, like, 100,000 deaths. But they made a slight error, mostly due to racism, and they wound up exploding an area just outside the fort, and then they all kind of rushed into the hole and then just got shot down immediately, and they were stuck and they couldn't get out. It's like stuff like that, right? And then you're like, wait, where was this fort? How did that, you said racism was a part of it, how did that work? How did that happen? How did they get into the situation in the first place? And then it serves as a catalyst for, learning more about the about that time period in history, and can kind of spiral off from there. So hopefully that's enjoyable. Konakun says Seth versus Lord Orochimaru is obvious. Depending on what you're referring to, they actually might be relative, unfortunately. But I said I wasn't going to talk about that, and so I'm going to just leave that at that. The one checks. Kaguya's Loki Betty. Yeah, I think Six on his recent stream was basically like asked to pick his like the most attractive character in Naruto or something, and I think he went right for Kaguya, and I can't say I disagree. Like, she's definitely quite unique and like uniquely attractive and really interesting. But I'm not gonna lie, the eyeball in the middle of the forehead doesn't bother me at all. That's totally fine. If she can see more, she can understand me better, we can have a deeper bond, I gotta stop thinking about this. But yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that she was like a borderline deranged homicidal maniac, actually that might not be that bad. Okay, I'll stop. But yeah, no, she's really cool. I like her design a lot. Let's see. As someone, sorry, it says unfortunately. Yep, unfortunately. As somebody who does calcs, the 72x calc is not a good one. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so that was, I don't know enough to really comment too much. When I went through it, I was kind of like, I was very skeptical about it. I was just sort of listening to the debate. I never actually, like on my headphones, I never actually brought up the scaling and looked at the pixels or whatever. I think my main objection to it at the point was that, at the time was that even if the, shit, I just got distracted by Kona's comment. Fuck. Even if it was, nope, I'm done. I totally lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. So even if it was applicable, or even if the math was 100% correct, I wasn't seeing how it was actually applicable and how you could apply it to other things. But, that might be a fun debate to cover at some point. So I'll be happy to circle back on that. Kaguya Hime from the Tale of the Princess Kaguya is the true baddie. I'm gonna have to check that out. Is that the was it the Studio Ghibli one? Um, but no, I don't want to suppress Kona's energy. The Kushina agenda has to continue one way or another. Okay, so with that all being said, let's talk a little bit about this Kaguya fight. So in the debate that we're going to review later on tonight, the overall argument for Kaguya is that she's going to win via BFR. If you're not familiar with the term, no problem. I also just learned it very recently. Stands for battlefield removal. And so the argument is that Kaguya is going Sakura's face here, look at that. That Kaguya is going to essentially use her Ame no Minaka, which is the ability that lets her, depending on how you interpret the translation, summon her dimensions to herself or pull other people into her dimensions or whatever. And then she could just leave Sarada there, and then Sarada would eventually like starve to death or something like that, right? So we're not necessarily arguing that Kaguya is going to beat Sarada in a fight, in a straight up like combat bout, but that she has a win condition in the form of removing Sarada from the battlefield. So as we go through here, basically I just want to call out a couple of things. I want to look at how Kaguya uses her ability in character, and I want us to keep that stuff in mind when we go back to the debate. So Kaguya here has used her Ame no Minaka once. Ame no Minaka again is the it's a Rinne Sharingan ability that lets her swap dimensions. Let's just phrase it that way. And when she did this, the previous chapter, we could see that it seems to happen almost instantaneously, right? It looks like Naruto has a surprise reaction, and then there's like this shudder, and so but then immediately starts falling. After which Sasuke also has a like surprise reaction, and the other characters do too. So it's possible that what's going on here is that she causes the dimension shift to happen, and then Naruto actually feels it briefly before it happens. It's sort of hard to tell. It could also be the case that Naruto is seeing it as it happens, and he has no time to react to it. So I'm just pointing that out because, you know, it's possible, depending on how you interpret this, that Kaguya is making it happen basically off of a mental reaction, and it just happens whenever she wants, or that it does have like a very, very slight build-up time, and if you can perceive it, you can kind of see it coming and react to it. That's important because if Kaguya does this and Sarada is in Naruto's place, and she hypothetically, I don't know if she does, like I'm not making this argument, but if she hypothetically had a much faster reaction time and movement speed compared to Naruto, she sees this happening, she just dashes right for Kaguya and like punches her head off or something, right? Like that's an argument that somebody could try to make, so just keep that in mind. Oh yeah, the Studio Ghibli movie, yep. I need to check that out. I'm behind on my Ghibli backlog as well. What are Sarada's win cons? Well, I don't know for sure because, you know, this is all in response to the Troy versus Noodles debate, and Noodles just fucking left the debate before Troy could respond, but Troy never got to his scaling. I'm guessing it's the Mangekyo thing. This, what's it called? Uzuhime ability that she uses to take out, is his name Ryu over here? And we're going to talk about this in a second, but I think Troy did mention his scaling chain, and I think his chain was something like, you know, Naruto and Naruto and Sasuke are relative, not equivalent, but relative to Kaguya. Kaguya is below Tonari, because Tonari, there's that promotional piece of material, which I don't know if we should take at face value, but just like let's allow it for now. That says Tonari is the strongest enemy, so she'd be stronger than Kaguya. At that point in the series, Naruto like punches him and wins, right? And he wasn't there with Sasuke, that was just him. So he's relative to a stronger opponent than Kaguya. And then in TBV, it's something like Ishiki is stronger than Naruto, and like Naruto without Baryon mode, but even is capable of keeping up with Baryon mode, even though like Baryon mode is like a big boost, obviously, right? Ishiki's relative to Naruto, relative to Baryon mode, and then unlimited code or unlocked code is superior to Ishiki, and then Ryu should be above code, and then Sarada is capable of killing Ryu, if I got that right. I think that's his argument. Now, obviously, I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree with that. I honestly don't know. I have to research it more, but I think that's what he was trying to say. Um, Luan Jack says Oherume. Oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate the clarification there. I'm still pretty new to all this, so let's I think I looked it up, and it's like Oherume is supposed to be an alternate like another name for Amaterasu in Shinto, if that's correct. But anyway, but yeah, we'll go over all this, and I think this is what he was going to say. Maybe he might have just been arguing that she's relative to much stronger characters, so she'd just be able to win. But he hadn't actually debunked the Ame no Minaka. He was just more kind of contesting Noodle's evidence for it in the first place. So hopefully it'll all make sense when we get to it. Let's see. Would Kaguya die from decapitation? Interesting question. I'm going to assume yes, because this is an assumption, but she can regenerate other limbs, but I mean, she still apparently has like eyes and a brain and stuff, and like basically like humanoid anatomy, and I don't know, so her thoughts, her consciousness have to be coming from somewhere, unless, well, no, okay, actually, no, maybe not necessarily, because she was capable of maintaining some remnant of her consciousness in the God Tree and in Madara, despite, not having access, quote unquote, to her own like regular body. Like, I don't know if her brain is inside the God Tree, right? That doesn't really make sense. I think it's more like Hagoromo can exist as chakra, like in a sort of spiritual form. So probably the reason why they want to seal her is because if they just destroy her body, then she might still be able to linger on in the spiritual aspect. So I'm gonna say no. Actually, I'm gonna say that like it would destroy her body, but it wouldn't like permanently remove her necessarily. It might kill her physically, but that wouldn't totally remove her from the universe. It's like probably kind of like killing Kurama, right? Like he'll die, but then he'll show up again later somewhere. The 72X calc basically assumes that the Raikage did move while looking at the panels. It's clear that Naruto moved to the foreground. Oh, okay. And Raikage impacted the cliffside. Right, that sounds familiar. I think that sounds right. Do I mean didn't move? I'm sorry, Luana. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to with the didn't move thing. Could you please clarify? But yeah, so unless you're talking about the fact that Kaguya like did the dimension swap before. And she didn't seem to move. She just kind of like decided that she wanted them to be in the other dimension. But yeah. So now the point of me kind of going through all that was mostly to just specify that, okay, if the idea here is that she'll win against Sarada by BFR, let's look at how she actually uses the ability in context, in character. And the way that she's used it so far is basically just to pull them all into the same dimension, into the lava dimension, but then just kind of stand there and not really do anything. I'm going to say stand. Obviously, she's flying, but, hopefully you know what I mean. And then when she starts to fight, she doesn't just leave them there to die, right? Now, granted, she wants to absorb chakra from them. She wants to reunify their chakra. And so maybe you could argue that for the Sarada battle, we could just pretend that she's not doing that. She's just going to kill them and doesn't care about the chakra absorption, right? So that is true. I think that's fair to say. But the way that she then decides to engage with them is that she decides to fight Naruto one-on-one, goes right for him, and then they clash. So the term relativity comes up in power scaling, and if you're not familiar with it, for somebody to be relative to somebody else, they don't have to be stronger, they don't have to be have stronger abilities. They can actually be weaker, and they can actually be capable, like more likely to lose a fight against their opponent. That's fine. Relativity basically just means that you are at least capable of perceiving and reacting to and potentially landing a hit. Like, you're capable of doing something to your opponent, right? You're not just immediately getting one shot and blitzed and losing outright. And so here we have an example of Kaguya clashing with Naruto. Naruto is able to perceive Kaguya attacking him. He's able to counter the attack and then to continue to clash with her. And so in a one-on-one match, Naruto and Kaguya are relative, at least according to this. He can perceive what she's doing, he can counterattack and all that. Now, I want to kind of put a pin in this too, because this is an instance of Naruto fighting Kaguya one-on-one. That's going to become important later. And then Sasuke does kind of come in and flank her, and she's able to respond to what Sasuke is doing. So it becomes like a 2-on-1, or it swaps between being a 1v1 and then like a second 1v1. But either way, looks like Sasuke is capable of withstanding a blow from Kaguya. So he's capable of like reacting to it, or at the very least like enduring it durability wise. Although he probably would have died here. It was a very close call. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of point that out. Let me see. I remember Parrot saying that he assumed that the Raikage didn't move based on the flashback breakup list by Minato. Oh god, okay, I gotta go back and listen to that again, because that might actually be kind of relevant for our discussion here about like skepticism and assumptions and all that. So that's good to know. So this is definitely a feat for Kaguya. You know, Naruto should have Sage Mode Sensory, and Sasuke's vision should be enhanced by the Rinnegan and Sharingan, but she still manages to come from behind them. They notice that she's coming, but can't really do anything about it. I think they're like actually paralyzed here. Now, you could dispute where exactly the paralysis starts. I think the fact that they have these like little effort lines and onomatopoeias, to me, is indicating that they are like only barely able to move and they're being paralyzed by Kaguya through some means. So this is a potential win con for Kaguya, or at least a potential, I don't know what win con, but it's something that she can do. Notice, however, that she comes through the portal, right? She doesn't, and this is a separate jutsu. This jutsu is called Yomotsu Hirasaka. She decides to come through the portal rather than just like swapping dimensions and dumping them somewhere else. Seriously, looks very, very beautiful here. Kind of tragic, kind of sad. We have like a short moment of humanity and connection before it kind of spirals out of control. Kind of tragic, honestly. But that being said, their chakra is actively being drained, and despite the fact that they're paralyzed and drained, you know, Naruto manages to break free of her. Yeah, and then this happens. Still beautiful, but just maybe in a slightly different way. He just kind of decides not to be paralyzed anymore, and just kind of rips it away. So again, like, yes, Kaguya is like dividing her attention and her strength between these two characters, but she's also there with Black Zetsu, and Naruto winds up ripping this arm off on his own, which indicates that he himself has some relativity to this Kaguya plus Zetsu paralysis situation. Dr. Stranko says, in that flashback, Raikage thinks to himself on how to counter the flying Raijin, I will just move faster, indicating he was not moving his fastest. Yeah, I like his whole attitude. It's like, it seems like my problem is that I'm not fast enough. I've thought about this a lot, and I come up with a solution. Go faster. And if that doesn't work, go faster again. It's like, have you ever seen Meet the Engineer from Team Fortress 2? You know, like, found the solution. Use a gun. If that don't work, use more gun. Kind of like the Raikage. Who the fuck drives a dirt bike at 4? Oh yeah, sorry Kona. I have some people like that around here. There's one person who has like a shitty, Mitsubishi, not Mitsubishi. What the fuck is it? It's an Audi. Audi can be like really good cars. They are very nice cars. But this person is way too proud of the one that he has, and he decides to display that by just showing up at like 2 in the morning and just making that whatever that engine failure farting noise is that people are so fond of. But anyway, it's a pain in the ass. So now by the way, we're on chapter 682. Oh yeah, sorry. They're so good. The animation has held up so well over the years. It really is great. Have you seen Expiration Date, that like short film that they did? It was really, really good too. So just pointing out that like we're still in 682, and I'm gonna skim through this. 682, and still Kaguya has basically just kind of been like hanging out. She hasn't tried to use the Aminominaka again, and now she finally does. But when she uses it, it's sort of defensively, and it's when she's, I guess you could say, cornered, when Naruto and Sasuke are about to clash with her, right? So they get close enough. Interesting thing about the Ame no Minaka is that she doesn't just pull one person in, she actually pulls everybody around her. And I don't know exactly how she's deciding, or if she's even deciding. Like, obviously they didn't bring the Edo Tensei, you know, from the battlefield with her here. They just brought the people that were nearby to her. But again, like, she doesn't then use Ame no Minaka to get away. She uses the portal to get away. So this is telling us that in character, Kaguya will use the Ame no Minaka every once in a while. But when she does, she usually like waits for a little while before doing it again. And she uses it in combination with her portals, because it's not just an instant win con. She can't like dump other people in other dimensions using this jutsu. It just switches the dimension that everybody is in together, and then she moves from that to dumping them in other dimensions or deciding what to do with them next. So just trying to figure out what is in character for her to do. I'm embarrassed to admit it took me like forever to figure out what the hell is going on here. This is actually Naruto's truth-seeking orbs gradually like worming and tunneling their way through the ice, but especially in the manga, they don't in the black and white manga, excuse me, it's really hard to tell. They just kind of look like weird flesh worms that were just there for no reason. But no, it's his TSOs that are like trying to get through the ice. Interesting to note that they're having this much trouble getting through it. Kind of interesting. But anyway, so yeah, so Sasuke uses flame control. He busts them out of the ice, and then okay, so here we go. Now Zetsu says, "Mother, these guys are such a bother. Why not split them up already and take one each on separately?" So in character, it's not impossible for Kaguya to have come up with the strategy on her own. She might have at some point. But in character, the person who comes up with the strategy of separating people out is Black Zetsu. And so if you're having a debate about Kaguya versus anybody, you have to specify whether or not she's going to have that Black Zetsu information, nerf or whatever, or buff, if you want to call it that, whatever. Now notice that she doesn't use the Ame no Minaka in order to transport them to and separate them to other dimensions. For this, she actually opens up a portal, physically reaches through, grabs Sasuke, pulls him in, dumps him in the other dimension, and then presumably leaves through the portal as well. Naruto perceives this and is able to react to it and see it happening, watch it happening. So here's a potential kind of way to counter Kaguya by saying like, okay, if she can't just like strand people using the Ame no Minaka alone, she has to use a combination of Ame no Minaka and Yomotsu Hirasaka, and anybody who's relative to Naruto in perception and reaction speeds can perceive it and react to it, and Sarada is, which I think is what Troy was saying, then Sarada at least has a chance to perceive and react to it. Again, I don't know if she if she actually does or would, but I want to allow for that possibility as we start to dive deeper into the debate. This chapter 683, again, Naruto sees the portal. He puts his hands in it. He's able to respond to it and to kind of engage with it before it disappears. And now Kaguya is fighting Naruto one-on-one. And Naruto is able to perceive her hand going through the portal. He's able to perceive this happening and avoid getting hit by it. So really all you need to demonstrate the relativity between Naruto and Kaguya is just this, right? Like, he is able to perceive what she's doing and jump out of the way and be fine. I guess you could say, oh, well, how do you know if Kaguya is bloodlusted? And then we could talk about like standard battle assumptions and stuff like that. Like, is she really moving as fast as possible? But yeah, she's trying to catch him. She's trying to drain his chakra and all that. So I mean, we could talk about whether or not it's full speed or whether or not full speed even matters in this context. The point is that he can react to and perceive her attacks. Zetsu even comments on this, and then apparently like Kaguya decides that the Yomotsu Hirasaka isn't going to work anymore, and so it isn't like viable, and so decides to merge with nature itself, or rather the landscape anyway, to then attack Naruto in a more kind of complete way, I guess you could say. Saria, I also noticed that there seems to be a visual similarity between the way this portal works and the way that that the portals or look here and the way that they do in Twilight Princess as well, when the enemies sort of like spawn and kind of come out of the sky, little rips and tears in the sky. But yeah, I just thought that was an interesting kind of similarity in the way that they decided to depict that. I really like it too because it feels very like artificial. It feels like an actual like rip or distortion that feels unnatural. But anyway, Naruto is able to perceive what's happening to this attack as well. And then he's also able to, you know, defend himself and survive this particular attack. So that's more relativity. And again, this is Kaguya versus Naruto in a one-on-one. Here's Sasuke wandering through the desert. And by the time we get, so Naruto's doppelganger is leading the other characters over to Naruto's real body. And it looks like Naruto gets kind of trapped here. And now Kaguya is coming out to try to attack him. But what Naruto says is, okay, I've made it look like I'm restrained. All that's left is to attack when she gets close enough. So even though he looks like he's dead to rights or whatever, or that Kaguya's gotten the best of him, he really is just faking, right? Like, he could break out of this, and he does in a second. So this, again, is more evidence for Naruto being relative to Kaguya overall, being able to perceive and respond to and endure her attacks. And here's the thing. Naruto was also, like, holding back this this whole time. Because... at least by some definition, because as you see, Kaguya now starts, again, like, Kaguya starts sprinting towards him, like fly sprinting, and rather than just dumping him in another dimension, she's pursuing him to try to get his chakra. And so then this happens, right? He talks to Kokuo, he has Kokuo's chakra inside him, and Kokuo gives him a massive boost, and he's able to counter Kaguya's fist and bust out of the ice and all that, and like send her flying. Like, look, he just sends her fucking flying. She gets embedded in the ice. So yeah, that's Naruto being relative to Kaguya again, and presumably he has the other Biju chakra in him as well, which he's not constantly using, so he could be even stronger. This is again another instance of Naruto being relative in a one-on-one, etc., etc. This is a weird face. And then he's able to perceive to one of the Ashbone rods. This is just his shadow clone, so he doesn't die, etc., etc. I'm kind of getting to the point where I've explained what I wanted to for the most part about Kaguya. I really just wanted to show that she doesn't spam Ami no Minaka, and uses it in combination with other jutsu. Naruto one-on-one is able to show consistent relativity to her, and that is without using all of the different Biju simultaneously. This is before we even get to the part where she like rips off Naruto, like blitzes her and rips off one of her arms, which I can't remember where that is. I'll see if I can find it real quick. But yeah, either way, I think that's actually kind of a cool panel. I think that kind of establishes it. Oh yeah, here we go. So here, you know, Naruto is looking at Kaguya. They're at a distance, and he just decides that her arm shouldn't be there anymore. He just rips it off. This is such, like, he gets, I think, mentally amped by Obito's death, if you want to call it that. But he goes from being this far apart to saying Obito is, and then in the same sentence basically just gets to Kaguya so fast that he rips her arm off, and she can't even, like, process what's happening, right? She's like, what the fuck? So this, I think, is a blitz. It's a pretty clear-cut blitz. Both of these characters are surprised by it. Naruto is in full view of Kaguya. Like, this is a pretty classic example of a blitz as far as I can tell. Oh, let me catch up on chat. I'm sorry. RIP to that one TSO who got lost in one of Kaguya's dimensions. Oh no, did one of them get stranded there? I don't know if it'll ever get back then. That sucks. Dr. Strangle says, I've been researching it and I'm 90% sure that when... I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Is that like the Kukan? Is that those last two? Or like Jikukan? Is that what that kanji is? Space-time is actually used, that is referring to space-time portals / teleporting in general via space-time. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, we've I actually talked to Sage and Six about this a couple of days ago in VC about like what Kaguya is doing. My headcanon is still that she's just making portals between planets or something like that. Sage seems to think that, hopefully I'm not strawmanning here, that she's more like actually moving the entire universe around and swapping out the position of the universe with one of her other dimensions. or the universes, so it's a much greater feat. And then let's see, either he does the portal thing or she does the realm transfer and she has to portal away, but either one would rely on her own speed. Yeah, exactly. So the only thing that I think part of the reason why Kakashi compares the Ame no Minaka to a Genjutsu is that it's like when he was affected by the Tsukuyomi from Itachi back in part 1, it kind of felt like instantaneous, right? Like obviously Itachi has to gather up the chakra and like cast the jutsu, so to speak, but Kakashi describes it as if you look in his eyes at all, you're done for. Like you can't make eye contact with him. So for all intents and purposes, it's quote unquote instantaneous. And I think the same thing's kind of happening with Kaguya here. She's like, okay, we are going to be in another universe now, or another dimension, however you interpret it. There's nothing you can fucking do about it. We're just there now, before you even realize what's happening. But that's specifically the Ame no Minaka. That's not the Yomotsu Kirasaka. And she uses those portals in addition as like you call them a supplementary jutsu. You can call them a a backup jutsu, however you interpret it. That's still her primary means of actually like fighting between dimensions, separating people between dimensions, etc., etc. The Ame no Minaka itself is not something she spams, and when she does use it, it has the caveat of bringing everybody into who is around her into the target dimension, like destination that she's going to. Oh yeah, the Twilight portals are so cool. Sorry, is it Twilight or Tweely? I always said Twilight because it felt like it was short for Twilight. But yeah, I love the design of that, and I also loved the like weird kind of horn sounds that those enemies meant. They felt so I don't know how to say it, ethereal and otherworldly. I think that was great. I see your comment, Dr. Strangle. Let me see. Never asked you why you call yourself Dr. Strangle. Maybe not from Chinese. Let's see. Japanese. Poki-kukan? Is that how it's supposed to be? I'm gonna hit play on this. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. Sorry. So just so you know, 3, 2, 1.
Jikukan.
Oh, it's not saying Jikukan.
Jikukan.
But Toki in and of itself means time, right? Like Ano Toki wa means like that time, right? So this, if I'm understanding it correctly, this literally just means time. Let me see. Toki, yeah. Time. Hour, occasion. Space time is Jiku. And then Jiku-kan would be space time. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. I appreciate the context for that. The way they use those portals always reminded me of a game glitching or something, really gave it that alien feel, says the one Jack. Yeah, exactly. It makes them feel so otherworldly, so kind of like unknown. Sorry, not way, but how the portals look. Yeah. I think we're on the same page. Oh my god, that cringe line. Obito was the coolest guy. Yeah. I mean, I get what he was going for sure. But I mean, like, he killed so many people. He just killed Neji like 10 minutes ago, and you're gonna say this guy's fucking awesome. How about no? How about he's still an asshole? Good job redeeming him, but yeah. First rule of hidden leaf: never duck a fade. Yeah, exactly. You got to be ready for the smoke, right? Okay. Yeah, by the way, I think I'm. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Oh, okay. I just realized that I had top chat on instead of live chat. So, if I missed any of your messages, feel free to spam or to let me know again. To repeat the message. That's what I'm trying to say. Jesus Christ. The coolest guy. #1 awesome dude. Interesting to note that like Naruto seems to be doing consistently better than Sasuke over the course of this fight. Like Sasuke's kind of playing the back foot. Like he got dumped in the dimension, he got punked, and then like Naruto's like saved him from falling into the lava and gave him a little platform to stand on. Okay, so here's the last thing I want to talk about for the Kaguya fight. Is just that obviously like the eternal or the expansive or expanding truth seeker ball or truth seeking orb is an extremely powerful ability that Kaguya has, and it would be a massive asset to her in any fight. but I think sometimes people are just like, okay, Kaguya versus, I don't know, Tonari. Kaguya has the TSO, and it was going to blow up the whole dimension. What does Tonari have like that? He doesn't have anything that's that strong, right? Okay, so he doesn't have anything that's stronger than she does, so she wins. The problem with that is that, yeah, pound for pound, the AP or DC or even hacks of that particular jutsu of the ETSO might actually be more impressive than anything in Tonari's arsenal, or in most characters' arsenal, actually. However, we need to understand how it's used in context, right? In order to really be able to say whether or not it would be like an instant win con for her. So let's see what happens in context. Naruto has ripped off her arm. She's kind of getting like poked around a little bit. And she starts to destabilize. And all of the Biju chakra that's inside of her kind of blows up, and she transforms into this like massive rabbit goddess thing, which, by the way, kind of wish that we had more time seeing this like rabbit demon goddess on screen. They actually do make it part of the boss fight against her in one of the Storm games, which is really cool. But yeah, it's a really cool design. And so Sasuke does say this thing that's really important. He says, now we can get near it and seal it more I said and like that. Now we can get near it and seal it more easily, which is true, right? So now she is in a larger form, maybe a scarier or more threatening form. However, she does, like, her surface area is increased, so that is a potential caveat. And depending on how you interpret, like, Sarada's feat of using this particular jutsu, that increased size might be something that factors into it. That's assuming that the fight gets to that point, of course. But let's see, the Biju within her are resonating in response to Naruto's attack and starting to split apart. Okay, so they're destabilizing specifically as a result of what's happening to Naruto. This is actually a really impressive potential feat for Kaguya. It will absorb their chakra, potentially like killing them instantly. So this is kind of like the soul-stealing white dragon thing that Pain has via the Ghetto statue. And then, so, oh yeah, this will come up in the debate later, but here is an instance of Kaguya attacking Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura simultaneously, and Kakashi having to come in, swoop in, and save her. But then the thing I really wanted to talk about is how the ETSO is formed. So Kaguya has been fighting with these characters. She's kind of losing arms to the Kamui Shuriken. Awesome jutsu, by the way. And then this happens. She like opens her mouth. She's screaming, taking all the energy that's inside her. And specifically, she also pulls up all of this energy from the ground, which is then clarified to be like coming from the divine tree. So she hasn't taken all of the chakra from the shinobi on the earth yet. And now she kind of like slurps out. And what Zetsu says here is this is her exclusive domain where she can directly extract chakra from the shinobi trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. The Biju are now stable, plus Mother has even produced a Truth Seeker Orb, an expensive Kekemura Truth Seeker Orb, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what happens here is that in order for Kaguya to make this orb, she goes through this sequence where she first destabilizes, then she kind of wrests control, and then she pulls chakra in from the rest of the world, and from the other shinobi, and then she sort of slowly and gradually transforms and produces this ball. She steps to the side of it, and then the ball itself starts to grow and gets bigger and gets bigger. And Kakashi says, like, if that thing gets too large, we won't be able to return to this place. And they are now pressured to have to seal her away. But she's well, this goes back to answering that point from before. She's immortal, apparently, at least according to herself. But they're still like chatting, right? They're like yelling at each other, they're taunting each other. The TSO hasn't gone off yet, and it continues to grow and continues to not go off while all of this happens. And then when Kaguya gets sealed away, what happens to the TSO is that it just sort of like solidifies and then cracks. So where does that happen? Yeah, over here it just sort of starts to lose its form and kind of like shatter and fall down. Also, I guess here is an example of something we could use for the size calc for the space and for the Chibaku Tensei as well. So, granting for the sake of a debate, for the sake of conversation, let's just say that Kaguya doesn't have to go through the whole process of losing her form and getting attacked by other people, and then kind of like losing her mind and then restabilizing, whatever the fuck is happening here. Let's just say that she can produce the TSO without that. She still has to go through this process of like, we still have to assume that she has all the Bijuu chakra in her in this way. She still has to go through the process of barfing out the ball. She still has to be able to drain the chakra from the Shinobi Alliance to provably produce a ball of the size. Like, maybe she could do it anyway, but it wouldn't necessarily be this big. So when you're talking about Kaguya in a versus battle, you're making assumptions about her. You're trying to specify what the default battle assumptions are going to be for that engagement. You need to keep those things in mind, that she's not necessarily going to be able to do this if she can't drain chakra from the Shinobi Alliance, if she can't, if she doesn't have the Bijuu with her, etc., etc. We can just, I think it would be fine to overlook the whole destabilization, restabilization thing. That seems to be like a nerf for her anyway, that she just overcomes. But there's still kind of more to be understood there, and limitations on the jutsu itself. So, in other words, I think Kaguya is going to be portrayed in this debate as a character who's capable, essentially, of just showing up and then deciding that she wants the fight to be over using Ame no Minaka, and then the fight is just over, and then she just wins because she can use this instant use ability, and it's an instant win condition, not through killing, not through defeating in hand-to-hand combat or jutsu or whatever, or like clashing ninjutsu, but literally just leaving Sarada in another dimension. Maybe she could do that, but it's not that simple. And if the ETSO is the other major win con, we have to keep in mind that there are certain conditions and limitations under which she uses the ETSO, and you need to kind of talk about that over the course of your debate, I think, to be fair, to be accurate. Okay. Not just trying to get lines like the coolest guy line are what made me land on Naruto not having a profound understanding of love, but just being profoundly naive. I think, that actually reflects the series as well as the character himself. I think part of what makes Naruto so charming and lovable sometimes is how he has this sort of naive, like, I'm never going to give up on this idealism. And like when I was younger, I guess I didn't think about this the same way, but when he was talking to Pain, like confronted Nagato, and Nagato was like, how are you going to solve the problem of the endless cycle of violence? Naruto was just like, well, I'm gonna start by not giving up, idiot. And Nagato was like, okay, you got me, touche. But actually though, how are you gonna solve the problem? And Naruto was basically just like, I already gave you my answer, idiot. Now bring my friends back to life. And that was kind of funny. It's kind of inspiring, right? Like, to just have somebody who's never going to give up, never back down on their ideals, never compromise, and always hope for a better future and fight for a better future. That's inspiring. That's beautiful. But also pretty naive. Like, Naruto actually didn't have an answer. He didn't have anything figured out. He didn't have a solution. What he had was hope. And then that's something that gets carried later on in the series as well. But when it comes to really understanding things like love and pain, Naruto is really good at empathizing with other people, but not necessarily at like really having that profound, like, more mature understanding. And that applies to love as well. That also applies to, like, I don't know if you've seen The Last, but it's really nice to see him kind of develop some affection for Hinata, but honestly he seems to be more in love with her scarf than with Hinata herself. So I think he's just, and then, spoilers for early Boruto, I guess, but then he doesn't quite know how to be a dad, at least at first. So I think he's just lacking a little bit of emotional maturity, and that is something that you see as a through line throughout the series in general, unfortunately. So, but everybody has their flaws. I guess that's just Naruto's limitation. Rabbits make pancakes on the moon, and Kaguya is the moon princess. Yeah, I've heard something about that, right? Like, I don't know the full myth behind it or whatever, but that's something that showed up in Dragon Ball too, right? Like, don't they send Pilaf to the moon? And then there's a couple of rabbits there as well, and that's kind of explained that it's a reference to that whole story. Sorry, says I always thought it was meant to be like the Obito who wanted. Yeah, yeah. The Obito who wanted to be Hokage. The Obito who taught Kakashi, who taught me that if I give up on my friends, I'm scum. He was the coolest guy. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. And this is like, there's no way to talk about this without being incredibly awkward, and so I have to choose my words carefully. But I think the idea behind Obito as an adult still being affectionate towards Rin and thinking about her all the time is not quite as like sketchy as, you know, we in our cynicism describe it as. I think the intention was that it wasn't this adult Obito who actually like wanted to have a child bride or whatever the fuck, you know, that people say about it. I think the intention was that there was like a bit of the innocence of himself from when he was a child, and then that was still alive, and then that part of him still loved Rin, and it was like locked away, and that got stuck, that got like frozen. So he continued to develop as an adult into this like weird sociopathic like murderer, but then there was that little tiny part of himself that was still the naive child that was still in love with Rin. And that's why when he goes to the Pure Land, he's not like an adult joining up with an adult version of Rin or even a younger version of Rin. He literally regresses to back when he was a child. Like the pure innocent form of himself that's going to the Pure Land is a kid. Like that version of him essentially died years ago. And that's like, he wants to be a kid and then go be in love with Rin as a kid the way that they would have been if things hadn't gone terribly wrong. But I feel like I just there's no way for me to talk about that stuff without sounding like I'm defending some incredibly sketchy behavior. I'm really just trying to identify what I think was the intention of portraying the sort of like idealism of lost innocence. I think that's what we were supposed to convey, but also there are some unfortunate implications of what it means for, you know, an adult man to be pining for Rin. Like there's no way that it's like okay, right? But I think I understand what the narrative was trying to accomplish at any rate. Luan Jack says, I think it's worthy to bear in mind that Sarada wouldn't have super sensory awareness like Naruto to sense the portal spawning behind her. Oh, you think the that he was using like Sage mode to detect the portals, or that like his Sage enhanced sensory was giving him the ability to spot them? I think that's a valid point, especially if he's detecting the chakra from them. And maybe that's why Sasuke was kind of struggling more, was that Naruto's perception was better. In which case, yeah, that would make it harder for Sarada to have a comparable performance, for sure. Sasuke with visual prowess similar to his daughter didn't have a fun time, and I think it's like her chakra gets erased before her hand appears. Yeah, that could very well be, especially if it's like if you view the dimensions as like keke spaces, which I think Naruto uses that phrase in one of the novels, then kind of like Kamui. I don't think Naruto can detect Obito when he's in Kamui. Although I don't know if he... Yeah, I don't think he can, like, find his position in Kamui or whatever. Basically, in the same way that, like, Pain can't sense Jiraiya inside the Toad when he's using the Rainmaker Jutsu. I think those, like, border spaces or whatever are sealed off and essentially are impervious to chakra, or very, very highly attenuate the chakra that's coming through it, at the very least. Nagato never gave up either. He just went about it in an evil way, then passed his goal to Naruto, which he never gave an answer for nor completed. Yeah, well, I guess what I'm saying is that Nagato decided, he gave up on, I guess, like, the more innocent and more idealistic solution to things, right? Like, he, his idea for ending the cycle of pain was to cause more pain and to be part of the cycle itself, perpetuated, but just in one big dramatic way that would then attempt to end it in one last final blaze of glory, almost, right? Like, he in principle was like objected to fear and pain and suffering, but he wanted to cause fear and pain and suffering on a massive scale, such that like other people would empathize with that pain and then use that fear and pain as a way of preventing further fear and pain. So you're right, he didn't give up on the idea of world peace. He literally says like, and peace is now, when he uses a Chibaku Tensei or something like that, right? So that's important. But he also when he was challenging Naruto was like, well, this fucking sucks because you're still killing people, you're still causing more pain. This is not the way, Mandalorian style. And then Nagato turns around and says, okay, well then what's your better solution? You with no answers, no solutions, time to give it up, right? And Naruto's like, yeah, but I'm not going to. Sorry, I'm going to find a better way. He doesn't have an answer, but he decides that just like basically hope and perseverance is going to be his response. And that turns out to be more effective. Okay, with that being said, let's talk briefly about Sarada. So again, like, I'm not an expert on TBV. I'm going to just point to this chapter, point to what is happening, so that we have some relevance and some context for when we start talking about the debate. This is in chapter 21. If, as I understand it correctly, as a very brief overview, which I'm sure is inaccurate, so please go and take a look and to be sure. The idea here is that there was this divine tree on Earth, or Naruto Earth, and this character called Code used his claw jutsu on it. Basically, he has like this studded black leather shit that he puts on things, and he can kind of travel in and out of those like claw marks, they're called, kind of like Kamui, right? He can just kind of show up in different places wherever there's a claw mark, and when he puts the claw marks on the divine tree, it kind of works as like a leash on them, but a very tight leash that kind of causes them some pain, causes the divine tree some I'm sorry, I keep saying divine tree, I should say ten tails, right? There's a 10 tails on Earth. Code puts his claw marks on the 10 tails, and it causes it some pain, and it causes it like clearly like some discomfort. But he's able to use it to create like these weird Frieza looking, reptile looking monsters called claw grimes, that he can use to do his bidding. And the claw grimes are like fragments of the divine tree. They're kind of like the fission beings that the divine tree sends out after people during the war, kind of similar to that. But Code can control them and get them to do what he wants. Code is stronger than a character called Ishiki, and Ishiki was an Otsutsuki who was very, very powerful. I think he was defeated by Kaguya at one point, but he might be stronger now. I'm not entirely clear. But anyway, that character Ishiki is stronger than Naruto, and so Code is implied to be stronger than Ishiki, if I understand it correctly. The Code puts his claw marks all over the divine tree. Divine tree gets pissed, fragments into a few different parts, and those parts become people. Those people achieve some kind of sentience, but they're still aware that they're kind of like a weird divine tree, that they're weird, they're not like actual people yet. And so they're on this quest to try to figure out their identity and their purpose. And so far, all they have decided to do is like go find people and eat them, specific people. So this character that Sarada is fighting is called Ryu, if I remember correctly, and he is one of those divine tree characters. And supposedly, all of the divine tree characters are supposed to be, at least according to Troy, if I understand his perspective correctly, stronger than Code, and Code is stronger than Ishiki, and Ishiki is stronger than Naruto, and Naruto is relative to Kaguya. So basically, the argument here goes like, if Sarada can beat Ryu, and Ryu is stronger than all those other characters, then Sarada could beat those other characters too. So the thing that Sarada is most powerful with is her Mangekyo ability, and the way that it works is like I guess it creates like a gravity core in midair, right? Ryu is clearly able to perceive this and see what's happening. He responds by using like this iron sand. It's kind of like the third Kazekage's iron sand type thing. But Sarada is able to use this gravity core to actually siphon the sand away, and get rid of it essentially. And Ryu is saying that it's drawing all the iron sand towards it. She's clearly capable of reacting to and perceiving his abilities, consistently able to do so. Redirects his abilities. Turns out there's another gravity core here. So it looks like Sarada has actually been able to create multiple gravity cores without Ryu even perceiving it. And you can see that he has the Rinnegan, right? So he's obviously got like above average sensory abilities, but Sarada has somehow managed to create multiple gravity cores around her without him realizing it. And he says, I count at least 4 spheres, so there might be more, or there could just be 4. Now, Sarada does, this is very important, like Sarada actually manages to deny deny movement to Ryu. Now granted, Ryu, as far as I know, can't actually move, like fly on his own normally, but this is still Sarada like subverting gravity to control Ryu's movement. Those are some of the claw grimes in the background. And then Sarada's able to float in the air as well. It's clarified here that she's using gravitational force to accomplish this. Ryu is then pulled in towards the sphere, and they have this conversation over here. Psycho. Quit mumbling nonsense, you psycho. And then Sarada does this, right? She pulls Ryu in towards the gravity core. He's pinned to it, doesn't seem to be able to get off of it. The force gets even stronger than that, and she gives him a speech, summons some claw grimes. He says he can't even move a finger. We have the multiple cores. Ohirume, I think. Ohirume is an alternate name for Amaterasu, the sun goddess and chief deity of the Shinto pantheon. So she uses this ability Mangekyo Sharingan Ohirume, and in doing so, wraps him up and kills him. Just like fucking annihilates him, right? Splats him all over the place. Pretty cold, pretty brutal death. However, after she does this, looks like she's totally spent, right? Her eyes are bleeding, she passes out, and she falls down to the ground. So I think what I get from this is that she is capable of potentially denying movement to a character who is stronger than Kaguya. However, that character also doesn't have the ability of flight. But I guess that doesn't matter if the gravity is strong enough to pull him in. Once the gravity core touches him, doesn't seem to be able to get out, and then the gravity core gets stronger and stronger. The initial gravity cores are difficult, if not impossible, to detect on their own, at least for this particular character. So they're hard to perceive until they're actually doing something like pulling in sand or whatever. And then once he's in this position, it is very effective at like ripping him apart. However, after that happens, that Sarada is basically spent and out for the count. Or at least needs to recover from doing so. It clearly takes a lot out of her. She can't necessarily fly either. I think Troy says that she can fly. Really, she's just hovering at this point. She's just using anti-gravity or whatever to float in the air. I don't know if she can actually zoom around in flight like Kaguya can. Maybe she does that later. I haven't seen it. Hi, buddy. You okay? Why is he always so mad? He's always so pouty. I'm so upset about something. But anyway, so based on that, I mean, just personally, before we even get into the debate, I'm not really convinced that Sarada beats Kaguya. I'm not 100% sure that Kaguya beats Sarada or vice versa, right? I think either are potentially something that could happen. But now, hopefully, we have a little bit more context, both for Kaguya's shit and for what Sarada supposedly is capable of doing. Okay. Yeah, but this fucking sucks. That's, I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what he said. Thanks for bringing up that quote, Saria. Let's see. Rin liked Kakashi. I missed that. Sorry, Kona. Yeah. Yep. I think it's pretty clear that our good friend, the coolest guy in the world, Obito, was a little bit busted up over that. Oh, well. Let's see. What the fuck? What is Codracula? Codracula? I don't know what that is. Sorry, Kona. Oh, seriously. Oh, okay, I got you. Codracula, yes. Seriously, why is Dracula? I don't know, man. Like, I have to commend Ikemoto for developing a unique aesthetic that definitely feels separate from base Naruto. But at the same time, like, what is with all that goddamn leather? It's like studded leather BDSM stuff. Characters are sexualized. Not that like sexualization or sexuality are bad. Like, obviously not. They're a part of life and should be celebrated and expressed and all that. But I don't know what it adds to have Jura, like, this guy's name is Jura, right? Like, just have him looking like that. Like, I don't especially with like the leather flowing cape. I don't know, and I get that it makes sense for them to have that appearance because they were sort of born from Code's ability. So thematically, visually, it makes sense that they would be linked, like artistically, so to speak, to Code. But I mean, it's a lot. It really is a lot, man. Anyway, more like kind of like FTG because Code got stuff. Oh yeah. It's like a effectively teleportation, not literally, but effectively teleportation, right? Code is stronger than Ishiki. I think you mean Jigen. Oh no, well, I thought that okay, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here, but like my understanding was that Ishiki is stronger than Jigen. Ishiki is just inhabiting Jigen's body. And so when Ishiki hops out of Jigen's body, he's stronger than Jigen was, because Jigen's just like a lesser form of him. The only problem is he can't survive for very long outside of Jigen's body. He's only got a couple days to live before he finds another host. But at a baseline, Ishiki is stronger than Jigen, and that like Code had limiters put on him so that he wouldn't usurp. Oh, I guess, yeah, maybe. I mean, like, again, I could be totally wrong about this, but I guess the limiters were placed on Code so that he wouldn't usurp Jigen's authority. If that was the specific phrasing, then Amado could have been referring to the level of power that Jigen himself had. And when I say Jigen, I mean Ishiki in Jigen's head. So I guess if that's how you interpret it, then that would mean that Code is just stronger. The unlimited Code is stronger than Ishiki in Jigen, but not as strong as like base pure Ishiki or whatever the term for his normal form is. And then that would change the scaling for sure. So I don't know which one is true. Your interpretation seems to be totally reasonable. And obviously that would have a big effect on the scaling chain, however that turns out, right? Sarada's aura farming, yeah. She definitely enjoyed that. She definitely took her time with that one. Let's see. What's there to be happy about? Job's not finished, but yeah. I mean, that's my one biggest critique, apart from like the weird sexualization of some of the characters that are definitely not old enough for that. I have to say that so many characters just have this sort of like disaffected, slightly angry, slightly pouty look that I'm not a huge fan of. Spoilers, when Boruto and Kawaki meet up again at the beginning of TBV, they both just pout the whole time. Like, emote, like, one of you please just like, show a fucking human emotion for a second. Here we go. This guy knows how to show emotions, right? That's pretty cool. We know what he's thinking. This counts. This is okay. I'll accept that, you know. But I mean, for the most of the time, it's just like the emotions are either I'm bored or fucking, you know, I want to kill you, and I'm slightly bored that I have to kill you, but also I'm kind of mad that I have to kill you, or more mad that you're alive. And my anger is temporarily overriding my boredom. Let's see. Naruto characters get durability gets 0 if they're cut off guard. Even applies to Ishiki. That's fair. I mean, like, it's interesting to think about, right? Is it like, was it Ishiki or Jigen that wound up? I think it was Jigen himself, right? Sorry, it was Jigen's body that wound up getting burned by the natural fires that Kashin Koji used on him. It's kind of weird to think about characters who can chop down mountains being singed by just like some fire, you know. It feels like such a basic thing, but I guess that's the point. That's why it was so effective, because they're when shinobi clash with each other, they use chakra and they can build up tolerances and resistances to chakra. But ironically, like, a simple kunai knife is still capable of killing like even the top tier shinobi. I mean, fucking, unless this sword has some sort of preternatural properties, unless it's like a new version of the Kusanagi or something, it's just metal, right? And it's still capable of cutting through people who are parts of divine trees. So, in a world without Naruto, there's no happiness. I feel that. Oh, yeah, he was kind of an inspiring force, that's for sure. Oh, you're saying like within Boruto as well? Yeah. I don't think I was fair enough to Boruto the first time that I read through it. I was pretty cynical about it, but apart from the Chunin exams rehash, I actually quite like it in a lot of ways, and they're the clog rhymes. And I've come to appreciate it more. And I think it's also like, as much as I really love base Naruto, like OG Naruto, the themes are pretty simple, pretty grounded for the most part. Like, hope versus despair, optimism versus cynicism. There's more like complicated stuff, like what does it mean to be a shinobi? What does it mean to be part of a village or to be a nation? It gets more complicated. It's a lot of relatively simple stuff. And then Boruto starts off with like, yeah, so what if your entire nation and culture and tradition and economy are all based on a form of like mysticism that, and also combat that is quickly becoming outdated? And what if it's been always like relegated to the elites and those who train heavily and specialize and put their lives on the line? What if now like anybody could just walk into a shop and like purchase a water dragon jutsu or whatever, or a Rasengan even? And also, what if how about dads that suck? Don't dads suck sometimes? Like, don't don't shitty dads ruin everything? Let's talk about it. So, like, I love the fact that I kind of love and hate it, because I still want my Naruto 2.0. I still want my grounded ninja manga with like assassinations and political intrigue and like ancient scrolls and toad summons, and we never got that, and I'm pissed. But if you're gonna do something that's based in the same universe and you want to actually do a sequel and like branch off and do something new, like, yeah, Boruto feels like really unique, and it tackles some really interesting concepts, and I've grown to respect that more as I've kind of let the dust settle, if you want to phrase it that way. The one Jack says, I find it funny that Jorah's blocking Boruto's attacks with fingers. Yeah, he'd be like, fuck you can't even get to me, fuck you. The ultimate disrespect. He's just trying to one-up Madara or one-up Hashirama for that, like, disrespect that he showed Hashirama. Boruto's fine with NC Hammer glazing Boruto in every video is annoying. I like to be able to watch NC Hammer's videos. I understand that he, puts a lot of effort and craft into them, I guess. But he's always shouting at me. Every time I watch one of his videos, he's just fucking yelling at me. Like, I don't even want to do an impression of it, but I was watching one the other day, something along the lines of like, what is the true durability of Naruto? In this episode, we're going to talk about just how much damage he can... And I'm like, dude, fucking chill. Like, I'm already here. I'm interested in the topic. I want to hear what you have to say. Calm down. Please stop shouting at me, because like, even though I know it's all fun and games or whatever, I'm not like in a hostile situation. I think there's a part of my brain that just like, when it hears somebody yelling, I get like a little nervous, in the same way that like there's this brand of humor where people just play like sad music over funny situations, and the idea, I guess, is that like the contrast between the maudlin like cloying music over the like totally ridiculous situation makes it funnier. But I hear sad piano music, I get sad. Like, I can't enjoy it. So I just can't fuck with his videos, because they intimidate me. Guy's so fucking mad at me for no reason. And it's like, he used to do his shorts and whenever he was like holding the phone up and like constantly shaking the phone with the green screen and everything. And like, I understand that appeals to a certain generation of viewers. So to be clear, this is not me trash talking. Like, I'm not trying to say like, fuck that guy, his videos suck or anything like that. Like, absolutely not. I can't really comment on him, because I just like can't personally get into the level of hype. Like, I'm not I get like sensory overloaded, I guess, and that's my problem. It's not his problem. But yeah, just stop yelling, please. Anyway, a 10 out of 10 impression. Well, if the debate analysis doesn't work out, I'll switch to impressions. I'm working on a Scottish accent for like 2 years now. Sorry, says, I'm the same way, John, but I honestly think it's more of my hyperacusis. Yeah, well, I can't claim to have a legitimate medical reason for it or anything like that. I just get intimidated. But anyway, okay, so I think that's a good breaking point for the background stuff. So I'll try to put a little note here for timestamp. Let's see. Okay, Okay, we're at 140. Okay, so with that being said, now we're gonna go on and talk about the debate. This is going to be a little awkward because, so Noodles on his channel. One sec, let me see if I can bring this up. We're also gonna talk about some philosophy stuff. Yay. What was he doing? Yeah, Noodles. We're here. Yeah. So, again, sorry if this is loud. I'm gonna try and reduce the volume. Okay. The Noodles on his channel. If you want to actually see the video. He has this video over here called Noodles Destroys Simply Troy 1 and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this is his own personal response and analysis to a debate that he did on Discord or on X stages or whatever you want to call it. The problem with this video is that he doesn't actually link to the fucking original debate unless I missed it. Maybe it's in the pinned comment. Seth's reaction. So he posts Seth's reaction, but he doesn't actually post his own, like, the actual debate itself. So unfortunately, if you want to listen to the debate, you have to just already have access to it. Somebody posted it in whatchamacallit, in Sage's server, and I think I have access to it here. I have to sign up for a fucking Twitter account to listen to this. But here I have the original. Okay, so it's here. It's on X. It starts at around the 8-minute mark. I'll post this in the Discord. Really, these are the guys you're gonna fucking suggest for me to follow? Thanks. Thanks, Elon. Really glad I signed up for your cool website. But yeah, so this is what I'm gonna be playing over here. I don't want to just leave the Twitter page up because it looks ugly as shit. So I'm gonna bring this over here to the side. But that's just so you know, that's what I'm playing from. And you hear me kind of playing in the background. That's what it is. Let's see what else. Okay, so a couple of things to kind of go over here. I took the time to map out some of the arguments. I don't expect you guys to, you know, to take notes and to you're not going to be quizzed on any of this later or anything like that, so don't worry. But the reason why I did this is because within the first 2 minutes of the debate, things get way out of hand. And I want to try to explain why, and the best way for me to do that is to break things down point by point. So I mapped that out, and we're going to go kind of listen to the debate, but then kind of go through what was actually said. And then those are just a couple of notes to myself about language, and also here's a cool picture of a very real dinosaur, and I'll explain why that's there in a second. Yeah, I love my diagrams, the one. I just, it helps me, because otherwise I'd be like going, so Noodle said, and then wait, no, Troy said, wait, no, wait, oh, go back, you know, and this kind of just helps me to be able to point to where everything kind of went. So hopefully that's helpful. That being said, where do we start? Where do we even begin with this stuff? I guess I'll just start playing the debate, and then we can kind of stop and jump around as we see fit. Yeah, that's probably the best. Okay, so please let me know. I don't have as much control over the volume on this, because it's just you know, in this shitty little window. But I'm gonna go ahead and play it, and hopefully it sounds okay. Let me know what you think. Let me know if it's too loud, and I can adjust the system volume. So again, this is simply Troy, or just Troy, who is going to be arguing in favor of Sarada beating Kaguya, and Noodles, of course, is going to be arguing for Kaguya. Starting around the 8-minute mark, we're at 8:19 right now, and I'm just gonna start playing it, and we'll see how it goes.
The last not TikTok, last space, he was like 40. He called me a dick and a booty ass nigga.
Okay, with this, I'm gonna skip ahead just a little bit
For other people, real quick.
Alright.
Since y'all aren't talking. Okay. Yeah.
Well, have you ever read versus battles like standard?
Okay, all right. So sorry, I'm gonna start from the 9-minute and 33-second mark. Let's go.
Alright, I'm back. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So, standard battle assumptions. Am I right on that or no?
Yeah, willing to kill.
Yeah, and like, well, have you ever read versus battles like standard battle assumptions, like their page? I'm including the rules on that.
It's a perfect intro.
Nope. All I know is willing to kill in character.
Willing to kill in character, they get access to like all their abilities. It starts on like a neutral playing field. They start at their maximum ranges, and that's that. And then they fight.
Okay, so Noodles is doing something that's good in theory, which is that he's referring to standard battle assumptions. If for whatever reason you're not familiar, a lot of times when people have conversations about or debates about this stuff, we want to try to agree on some general principles so that we don't waste too much time fiddling around with the details and just kind of get into the fight and make it easier for everybody to participate. So places like Versus Battles Wiki and Character Stats and Profiles Wiki come up with what they call standard battle assumptions, right? So usually they'll say, okay, characters are going to be in character, meaning they're not going to do things that, you know, I could invent a completely bizarre behavior. We're not going to do that. So if I'm having a debate about like Pain versus, I don't know, fucking Orochimaru, I could say, well, Pain could just use his Shinra Tensei to push Orochimaru up into the air and then juggle him and then keep on juggling him until he gets into the stratosphere, right? Like, yeah, he could do that, but that's way out of character. We've never seen him do anything like that. He doesn't use his ability like that. So unless we're just doing complete, like, yeah, well, my guy has an invisible shield. Well, your guy has a sword that can cut through invisible shields. Okay, well, my guy has like a fire attack that can destroy, swords. Just like coming up with some bullshit and going back and forth like that, we'll never get anywhere. And so we need to define some standard battle assumptions. And Noodles refers to VSB versus Battles Wiki. So specifically, they're talking about the distance that the characters are going to start at. So, obviously Kaguya can travel between dimensions. So does she start at within one of her pocket dimensions and then pop out to ambush Sarada? Do they start in front of each other? How far apart from them do they start? From each other do they start? Etc. etc. So let's take a look real quick at versus Battles Wiki. And if you go to the standard battle assumptions page and you look here under introduction, they kind of explain what I was just trying to do awkwardly. What the purpose of this is to kind of level the playing field before a fight. They talk about victory conditions, including battlefield removal. Here they say remove from the battlefield for at least 1 week. Sometimes people say 1 month, etc., etc. Now, the thing that we need to focus on right here is starting distance. Okay, so what VSB says is that the assumed starting distance is that the characters start as far away from each other as the highest range of the fighters is, but, and this is very important, but a maximum of 4 kilometers. For example, if one character has a range of 10 meter and the other has a range of 20 meters, they start 20 meter apart. However, if the range of one character is 10 meter and the range of the other is 5, they only start 4 apart. Right? And if you go through and read the rest of this, the idea of this is to try to minimize extreme advantages within certain contexts, right? It's like if a character starts off with like a bizarrely huge advantage, if they can like snipe a person from a galaxy away, but otherwise have no like meaningful feats, then okay, the battle is over before the conversation even begins. So what's the point of even having the conversation? If you equalize the playing field a little bit and say that galaxy sniper has to start within range of at least one of the other characters' abilities or something like that, within a agreed upon maximum, then okay, then it becomes a little bit more complicated because they have to get themselves into position to do the sniping, and then it becomes a more fun conversation. The other place that people tend to go to is SBA, or sorry, not SBA, Character Stats and Profiles Wiki, and their standard battle assumptions are very similar, although a little bit different. They talk about BFR being at least 1 month, not a week, but then the starting distance, the characters start as far away from each other as the shortest range of the fighters is, but a maximum of 4 kilometers. So this wiki says shortest, the other one says longest, but they all agree on the maximum of 4 kilometers. If extreme advantages are generated via the distance to one side, a balanced alternative should be discussed. Again, trying to keep a level playing field for the sake of having a fun and meaningful, entertaining conversation. And it's also interesting to talk about like the location. These guys kind of assume the Colosseum in Rome. VSB assumes New York Central, Central Park, New York City. Of course, the debaters can decide if they want to do something different. Right? House rules is a thing. They don't have to follow this specifically. But that's the general idea. And since Noodle specifically mentions VSB and their page, now we have all gone here and we have all read the page and we know what it says. So just keep that in mind because it's going to be relevant. Um, Juan Jack says Troy isn't serious. Yeah, he definitely is. Like he and Shad are a lot of fun. Like, you'll see as we go forward in the debate. Like they have a lot of fun with it. Him and Six have such a similar cadence to their voices. I don't know if that's a word. Yeah, I would say cadence and timbre, which is just like the overall pitch and tone and everything like that. That they're very similar. You can still tell them apart, but there's similarities there. Shad is quite a bit different, so I didn't quite get Shad being confused with them, but I guess I could understand if somebody like draws a comparison between Six and Troy. Okay. So let's back up just a teeny tiny bit.
Like their page, I'm including the rules on that. You know what I mean?
Okay, one sec.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So, standard battle assumptions. Am I right on that or no?
I'm gonna boost the volume a little bit because that feels a little quiet, but let me know if it's like overwhelming. Okay, so now it's up to -12.
Yeah, willing to kill.
Yeah, and like, well, have you ever read versus battles like standard battle assumptions, like their page? I'm including the rules on that. You know what I mean?
Okay, he's asking if they've ever read the VSB page.
Nope. All I know is willing to kill in character.
Willing to kill in character. They get access to like all their abilities. It starts on like a neutral playing field. They start at their maximum ranges, and that's that. And then they
Okay, so he says start at the maximum ranges.
fight.
Oh, I don't know about that maximum range shit, because isn't Kaguya's maximum range a fucking dimension?
And Troy does a good job of calling out like, hey, wait a minute, I don't know about that, right? So he's skeptical of that specification or whatever.
You want to start?
Isn't her maximum range a dimension?
Do you want to start them at mid range then? Something like
What is mid range?
I don't know.
Okay, so some
I'm trying to
clarification.
look there, right? I'm trying to think how many meters.
Yeah, because that
Right.
maximum range shit, and we not starting to dimension away here now.
Yeah, that's fair, right?
Okay. Oh, what says Kaguya starts on the ground though? What if she starts flying?
Okay, so now we
No,
have a
that bitch starting on
terrain.
the ground.
Wait, I want to.
But what if,
Yeah,
I
because
shouldn't have talked about that. One
maximum
second.
range shit, and we not starting to dimension away here now.
Okay.
okay. Oh, what says Kaguya starts on the ground though? What if she starts flying?
No, that bitch starting on the ground.
But what if she's not though? Does she just beat Sarada?
No,
Does she just
nah.
BFR under?
Sarada can fly too, but Kaguya not that quick anyway.
Okay, so pause there for a second. I'll just to be fair, I'll notice that Troy said that like Sarada can fly. I'm skeptical about that based on what we've seen. But setting that aside for just a second, so yeah, Noodle starts off by trying to establish that the characters would be at their maximum ranges, and obviously, if Kaguya could be multiple dimensions away, then that would allow her to be farther away from Sarada for a start, right? It's really interesting to kind of track how this goes because, you know, he suggests the maximum range thing, then Troy essentially says, no, I don't know about that, and is skeptical about this. And then I missed a note here, but basically the Noodle says, like, well, what range should we use? Like, so he's basically saying, well, what do you think we should do? And then when there's an uncertainty about that, he then says, well, does she start on the ground? No. So she wins if she starts flying, right? So very quickly, I mean, all these seem like reasonable questions. All these seem like reasonable concerns. But what you'll notice is that once the conversation actually starts, they never agreed on a range for the character, right? Because the moment the questioning of the range starts to come up, Noodles then starts asking other questions and diverting away to kind of change the topic. And what's interesting is that if you go to his video here, you watch the first few minutes. We don't have to do that now unless you guys really want to. But he explains that he was specifically laying a trap. Those are the words that he used, right? He thinks that Troy spotted a trap that he was putting down. So it was Noodle's explicit intention to try to get away with establishing that Kaguya would start at maximum range. And then he's going to go on to say that he thinks that Kaguya has infinite range to try and set it up such that Kaguya, you know, would be able to just BFR Sarada before the fight even starts. But the problem is that he's using SBA from VSB and some more acronyms to kind of demonstrate that, or as like a source for that. But he completely fucking misunderstood this. Like he didn't represent the VSB page that he was talking about correctly. So he was, I guess, trying to throw a trap for Troy, but the trap working was also contingent on Troy not Googling the SBAs or just not caring about them. So already the fucking conversation hasn't started, and we have the introduction of a misinterpretation of the rules of the conversation, followed by a very quick pivot away, and then this bizarre question: so she wins if she starts off flying. Now, this might seem like a little innocuous thing, right? But what has happened is that Noodles has already moved away from the idea that he would need to represent his own, like he didn't link to the page. He didn't actually like correctly specify what the maximum range would be, and now he's asking Troy. He's putting Troy on the like giving him the burden of rejoinder or whatever. That's not the right term, but you know what I mean, right? He's saying, wait a minute, so Kaguya wins if she starts off flying, right? And he's trying to like poke at that when he hasn't even established anything from his own perspective. So that happens in like the first minute. And I'm underlying it, and I'm repeating myself here because it's when talking about Naruto, one of the things that is the greatest impediment to understanding and progress is just how quickly things get out the fuck of control. How quickly things go on tangents and spiral and splinter, and it's usually because, and this is not just Noodles, by the way, it's usually because somebody will bring something up and then not commit to really explaining or exploring it, and then pivot away before like anybody notices, and then start on another track and then pivot away from that, and then it all comes around full circle, and by the end of the debate, you'll have two people saying like, well, I said a bunch of stuff and my opponent never addressed it, and then the opponent says the same thing, and so really it just goes nowhere. And that's what I would like to try to emphasize today. That's what I want to try to like point out to you guys, so that if you're listening to these debates in the future, or if you ever got like involved in one of these debates yourself, that you'd be able to hopefully like spot some of that, if that makes sense. Okay, so with that being said, sorry, I just gotta fix my setup over here. Here we go. All right, yeah, let's keep going.
But Sarada can fly.
It's not that fast, but she can understand like an infinite-sized universe and create it.
Infinite-sized universe and create it? No.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's stated that
I
the
don't know about that.
Yome cast its illusion upon all of reality. So that means she's perceived.
Are they talking about just in the context of Naruto, or like literally?
It says her Rin Sharingan in the fourth data book perceives all of reality. So it's just able to perceive.
Okay, is
everything in the universe.
that just hyperbole, or just mean the everlasting infinite universe?
It's said in this.
Okay, so again, in part of the reason why I broke this all down is because what we just experienced was what is called a Gish Gallop, which is basically when somebody just makes a whole bunch of points that are each like positive assertions in their own right, and kind of overwhelms their opponent and doesn't give them time to adequately respond to them. And then what can happen is that if I'm in a debate with you and I shotgun 10 points, and then the last point is the only one you choose to respond to, then I can say, oh, well, my opponent didn't address points 1 through 9, so I presented my evidence, they didn't have counter evidence, so they lose, right? That's sort of the way that this works. Another term for this is just shotgunning, right? Now, sometimes there's a bit of a blurry line between what counts as like shotgunning and establishing a complex point. Sometimes you need to just say multiple points in sequence in order to build to something, and that's totally fine. That's not like a dishonest thing. So I don't want to assume, I'll actually backtrack a little bit. I don't want to assume that this is literally a Gish Gallop, but it's getting pretty close, if nothing else. So this is where we're at in the conversation, right? The overall premise of the of Noodle's position is that Kaguya has some kind of win condition against Sarada, and he's going to talk about BFRing through Amenominaka, so that's why I put this here. Now, in principle, what Troy is starting off with is saying, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think that would necessarily be a win condition for her. He didn't say this verbatim, right? But that's sort of the back and forth that's been established. This is the point, and this is the counterpoint in perspectives. So what does Noodles do to try to establish his position, try to argue for his perspective? Well, he makes this claim that Kaguya can understand an infinite-sized universe. Now, this is not something that he provides evidence for directly. We'll talk about what he, or actually no, this is not something that he ever provides evidence for in this debate. In the video that he uploaded to his channel, in this video he provides a scan, so I guess like partial credit for that. But in the debate, he never actually brings forward a scan, and so he provides no evidence for this. So that's like an unsubstantiated claim. Then he makes this claim: Kaguya can create the infinite-sized universe that she can understand. Right? So he says understand and create it. He says understand and create it. Those are two individual statements. Two claims that wind up not getting substantiated. Right? So Troy essentially says, I don't know about that. Can you please provide me with some clarification as to this happening? And Noodles essentially says this: okay, there is a piece of evidence in the fourth databook, which he doesn't provide. And he then goes on to say, based on this fourth databook statement, he makes the following claims. The Tsukiyome can cast an illusion upon all of reality. The Rinne Sharingan perceives all of reality and therefore perceives everything in the universe. These are sort of synonymous. He's presenting them that way. And then finally says that she says in the same sentence, that this claim, or this piece of evidence that she casts it on all of reality, is said within the same sentence as another phrase, and the other phrase is she casted an illusion on all of reality. Okay, so right now, within the first 20 seconds of this argument, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 claims hinging on one common source of data, right, the data book, that has not been provided and never gets provided over the course of the debate. And so at this point, he hasn't actually demonstrated the veracity of anything he's saying, and so Troy correctly says, okay, these statements, he doesn't even start off by saying like, well, they could just be hyperbole, right? He says, how do we know that these statements are hyperbolic? Can you demonstrate that? So he asks Noodles for evidence to clarify that his statements are hyperbolic. The first thing that he could do, if he wanted to, would be to actually provide the databook statement, look at in context. For whatever reason, he decides not to do that, and then he responds. Let me check chat real quick. Infinite dreams, yeah, exactly. Well, infinite dreams means infinite sized dreams, and infinite sized dreams means that they're real universes. And so, yeah, sorry, your reaction there was pretty much my reaction as well, right? So I actually, yeah, I guess I kind of included it in here. What I should have done this, right? This should have been like, Kaguya can create a universe. The universe that Kaguya can create is infinite in size, and Kaguya can understand a universe, and Kaguya can understand a universe that is infinite in size. So really, these are 4 points when you break them down, but I just like combine them into 2 for simplicity, or because I forgot. But anyway, now, so at this point, all that Troy has really done is asked for proof and elaboration on Noodle's statement. So let's continue and see where this goes.
The same sentence that she casted the illusion on all of reality as well. So it's like,
Yeah, you keep saying all reality. That doesn't mean anything unless
she's
you put
perceiving
context
it as
behind
well.
it.
So like, I don't think it's like
Yeah, that's fair as well. Like, all of reality is something that could be interpreted in different ways. We have not really been given an explanation as to what that means yet. Now, keeping in mind too, right, like I know the focus is supposed to be on the debate, and it is going to be, but I wanted to look at the infinite Tsukuyomi as well. Maybe you guys can just take my word for this, and then I can go look it up later so that I don't lose momentum. But keeping in mind also that the infinite Tsukuyomi, the way that it works is that the Rinne Sharingan Eye casts a Genjutsu onto the moon, right? And then it's the light from the moon that gets reflected out and projected forward, right? Yeah, here we go. 676. So Madara is looking at the moon. He says, when one who possesses the power of Rinne could draw near the moon, that eye can reflect off the moon and grant the infinite dream shall open, according to the stone tablet, right? And so that's what, and it literally says shine upon the world. So what Madara is doing, we only ever see Madara use infinite Tsukuyomi, although we do know Kaguya did it once before. But the way that it's working is that it's just casting the illusion on the moon, and then that's reflecting down. So what this would mean, and this is a reductio ad absurdum, which we'll talk about in a second. If this is all true, then this would mean that like the light projecting forward from the moon towards the Earth was capable of blanketing the entire universe, and that the light was like, it didn't dissipate, it didn't, like, I guess, follow the inverse square law or whatever. It just sorry if that was if that's not the right term for it, but like the light still maintained all of the strength as it propagated throughout the entirety of the universe, and that, like, I guess it traveled faster than the speed of light because it said that it was cast on all of reality, and that would mean that, like, it's light that is reflecting off the moon, but the light is actually traveling faster than light. So that would be fucking ridiculous. There's no way that it makes any kind of sense that this is affecting all of reality. First of all, it's only on one half of the moon, right? But that being said, all the other implications Kaguya's fucking face here is great. All the other implications of that statement, if you follow them to their logical conclusions, they result in absurdity. They result in ridiculousness. So Noodles is gonna attempt to accuse Troy of doing reductio ad absurdum, but if you use reductio ad absurdum on his position, then his position just disintegrates because it's ridiculous. To actually specify what reductio ad absurdum is, reductio ad absurdum just means reduction to absurdity, and it's when you take your opponent's argument and you explain that if what they believe is true, then everything would be silly, essentially. Like, everything would be ridiculous. If their thing is true, then there are consequences of that being the case, and if those consequences are ridiculous or silly or outlandish or conflict with reality or contradiction, then their thing, their belief, can't be true because it would contradict with other things that would be ridiculous, right? So there's this video over here, Reductio ad absurdum, from Philosophy Vibe. I would recommend checking it out for a better explanation. This kind of goes into detail on what counts as reductio ad absurdum. So I can find like the decent example. This is actually a really good example. So let me just play this. It's like a minute long. Hopefully it's not too loud. And this kind of explains it perfectly.
So let's look at some examples. We'll start off with a reductio ad absurdum where the conclusion is just ridiculous. Let's consider the gardener who has developed a beautiful garden filled with trees and flowers and plants. As he desperately wants to maintain the beauty of his garden, he is worried about animals eating his plants, and so he argues, if I want to maintain the beauty of the garden, no living things are allowed in the garden. This seems reasonable. However, using reductio ad absurdum, if we follow this to the logical end, we can argue that plants are in fact living things, and so for his argument to stand, he must rip out all the plants in his garden. And so, in order to protect his plants and flowers in the garden, he must rip out and throw away all the plants and flowers in his garden. An absurd conclusion to the argument. Continuing.
Yeah. So the rest of this video is really good too. They go into a bunch of different examples. They also talk about like straw man and slippery slope arguments, which are not the same as reductio ad absurdum, but sometimes it's very easy to confuse the two. I've done it myself as well. So basically my reductio ad absurdum here is, if Noodles is making the claim that Kaguya can create, or that she casts a genjutsu upon all of reality, then my reductio would be, for that to be the case, since the genjutsu is using light, then that light would have had to have somehow affected all of reality, which would mean that the light is traveling faster than light, omnidirectionally without decay, and that's not how light works. So she couldn't be casting the genjutsu with the thing she's casting the genjutsu with. That's a contradiction, and therefore it's ridiculous, and so it's we would dismiss the point. That's an example of reductio ad absurdum. So, with all that in mind, let's continue.
Yeah, that can just mean Earth. Yeah, you don't have to think it's exact.
Oh, sorry, Luan, I missed your comment. All of reality could just be a fancy way of all people on Earth. Yeah, that's a totally legitimate interpretation. That's the way that Infinite Tsukuyomi works. That's what I think is actually happening. Right? That's what I think makes sense. And you could even, if you wanted to be a little cynical or skeptical or whatever, you can even argue that we're not even 100% sure that everybody on the other side of the planet is affected by it, right? It does say it can pass through solid objects, So I guess if you think of it as like radio waves, then fine. But I don't know. There might be some room for healthy skepticism there about like how the information or whatever from the Genjutsu is actually traveling. Like, can it really go all the way around the planet? Question mark. Dr. Strangle says your favorite philosophy channel got content nuked. Oh no, what happened? That sucks. Is content nuked mean like they just like started producing slop or whatever? I'm not sure what that term means, but that kind of sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Be curious to know what the name of the philosophy channel was. Okay, so let's continue with the debate.
Exaggerated. You can't prove it.
Okay, but you can't prove it is exaggerated. In fact,
Yeah, but this is your
I
claim.
can demonstrate this is like incorrect because you're aware if you just
This is-
baselessly assume statements can be exaggerated, that's a self-defeating
That's not
argument.
assuming anything. This is inherent to your.
You
to your
are
claim.
assuming it's exaggerated though.
What am I? No, I didn't say it was exaggerated. I said it could be.
Yeah,
But
that's
Snakes,
what
I'm about to
saying. You're
let
saying
you
it
up real quick.
It could be exaggerated, but your counter argument could be exaggeratory right now too, right? Like that's also
Okay, but this
possible.
is your skill and this is inherent to yours. This
I
doesn't
know,
matter
but
to mine.
what you're saying is that like any statement ever without context could potentially be exaggeratory. So that means any statement
Okay.
could be just self-defeating by itself if you just point that possibility out, right? So that includes your own
Possible, yeah.
arguments. It's
Sasuke's burp was unaffected by some reason, says Lon Jax. Oh, I think it's maybe because it was in the Susanoo. I'm not sure though. Yeah, maybe like animal summons can't be effective. That's weird. Unless he was like controlling it with the Rinnegan, but I don't think we see the Rinnegan pattern in its eyes. That's weird. Let's see. Oh, their video got taken down. Oh, that sucks. That sucks when that happens. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. Happened very quickly. But hopefully, I can kind of break down what happens. So what Troy basically said is that what Noodle's claim might not be true. That's what it boils down to. He's saying it's possible for it to be true. It's possible for it to be false. Or in other words, what he specifically said was it's possible for it to be hyperbolic. And in order for us to proceed with the debate, you'd need to demonstrate why this is not hyperbolic. Because at this time, Noodles has said, here is my interpretation of this. My interpretation is that we should take it literally. And it is literally true. We can just take it at face value. And Troy is essentially saying that's not necessarily the case. It could be something that's hyperbolic or metaphorical or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But you need to demonstrate your claim. You need to demonstrate the veracity of what you said. You need to demonstrate that that is the correct assumption or the correct interpretation before we proceed with the debate. So now Noodles tries to perform this awkward reductio ad absurdum. And the way that I understand the argument is this. He's saying if you baselessly assume that statements can be exaggerated, that's a self-defeating statement. So if out of the blue, I think what he's responding to, what he's trying to resist against, is out of the blue, if you just say well, that might be false. And then your opponent says, well, here's some more evidence. Yeah, well, that might be false too. Okay, well, he's even more evidence. Well, yeah, but you could be wrong about that too, so I don't know. He doesn't want that happening, and that's fair. That's really annoying. That's really irritating to have to deal with. But I don't think that's what Troy is doing here. And so Noodle's attempt at the reductio ad absurdum, I don't think succeeds. But that being said, let's take a look at this, right? Consider the statement. All statements may either be true or false. I talked last time about falsifiability, and I said that if you're going to make a claim about anything, the claim has to possibly be true or possibly be false, right? So we need to have an opportunity to investigate it and to see whether or not it's correct. So there's a chance that it could be right. There's a chance that it could be wrong. So we can make the statement, that's like an axiom essentially. All statements may either be true or false. But if that's true, then we can make a second statement that this statement up here that we said before might also be true or false, right? This is a statement, so it would apply to its own rules. But then it gets kind of tricky because let's pretend for a second all statements may either be true or false is false. If we test that, if we pretend for a second that this is false, then that would mean that all statements would need to be true. And if all statements were true, then that would contradict the first statement saying that all statements need to be either or true or false. So statement 1 is false, or at least statement 2 is false because it generates a kind of a weird semantic contradiction. So you could look at something like this and you could say, okay, things can't either be true or false because if we say that, if we say the statement, all statements may either be true or false, then it leads to ridiculousness. But obviously, like through observation, through testing, through like, I don't know, fucking engaging with reality, we know that things are either true or false. Or in some cases, there can be more nuance than that. But things can be true and things can be false, right? So the conclusion that we would try to get out of this reductio ad absurdum, even if it seems silly, is absurd in and of itself, because we can test it, we can observe it in reality, and we can see that, like, if this was true, then it would fucking contradict, like, every piece of science ever, and that doesn't seem to hold up. So sometimes things can logically flow, sometimes things can seem that, like, logically sound, and they can all kind of lead one point to the next, that the chain of logic can work correctly, it can all flow, and it can all be internally consistent, and still be total fucking bullshit, because it just it doesn't have anything to do with reality. So at the end of the day, like, logic is essential. It's necessary. We have to use it in order to get a correct understanding of the world. However, it has its limitations, it has its flaws, and especially when you're just using like a logical device like a reductio ad absurdum or Occam's razor or whatever else, when you're using a technique, right? The way that you implement the technique has to be precise. It has to be used like the right tool for the right job, and understanding that there's no like fact gotchas, right? Like you being able to demonstrate that there is something like a quirk of linguistics does not actually provide you with any evidence for your position. Let's say that Noodles could actually prove that the concepts of truth and falsehood, and the concepts of skepticism, and the concepts of like doubting, well, I already said skepticism, right? Let's leave it at that. That those concepts are inherently absurd and ridiculous and lead to insanity and like, raining cats and dogs and ants wearing top hats and whatever else. That still has nothing to do with like Kaguya's perception, though. It's the thing. That still has nothing to do with how fast she can move and whether or not she can like swap dimensions around. It has nothing to do with anything other than trying to deny your opponent the ability to interrogate your argument. At the end of the day, you can totally shut down your opponent. This essentially, if you like invoked a trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh or something, that just like, my opponent cannot speak for the rest of the debate. Okay, cool. That doesn't actually give you any evidence for your position either. You haven't accomplished anything. All you've done is been annoying. So, on the one hand, from a philosophical standpoint, from a purely philosophical standpoint, I think things like these are really interesting. But since Noodles himself in the previous stream, we talked about this, like he was mad at Six for turning the Naruto debate into a philosophy debate, and he's like being hypocritical, essentially. He's working against his own desires or standards here. Okay? So hopefully that all makes sense. The point of all of this is just to acknowledge, first of all, that like reductio ad absurdum can be very effective, but needs to be used correctly. It's not like an instant win or an instant get out of jail free card. It doesn't in and of itself constitute any evidence for your position. You still have to prove your own shit. And then this claim here as well is just a claim, right? Like Noodles makes this claim, he makes this assertion about like self-defeating statements and logic, and he sort of explores it a little bit, but this is yet another claim that's been introduced, and over the course of 2 minutes, we've gone from like, how far away does Kaguya start, to demonstrate to me that skepticism is not ridiculous. You know, it's like way off course, and this is how this shit happens. This is how we get away from Kaguya. This is how we get away from Naruto debates and like an understanding of the source material, and how things get like way out of control. This is why I kind of wanted to kind of outline it. Sasuke's bird was Luan Jack says he summoned it in the lava dimension. Oh yeah, you're right. So the bird must have been somewhere. Oh yeah, okay, shit, right. So the bird must have been somewhere else, like the Miyoboku toads or something must have been hanging out somewhere, and then the infinite Tsukuyomi was cast, and it didn't affect him unless being summoned broke the genjutsu, but I don't think there's any precedent for that. So yeah, depending on what that bird is, there you might have just identified an exception. That's great. It's a good call out. Sorry, says this is why I don't listen to debates because it makes my head hurt. Does anybody know what this noodle guy's talking about? Well, yeah, I think that what can I say? At the end of this debate, he says, like, after being a total ass, he says, hey, no hard feeling. This is just competitive debating, right? And so, I mean, like, his brand, what he is motivated by, what he wants to, use to identify himself on the platform is competing with other people. And so his win condition, I mean, like, look, maybe I'll play this at some point, but he starts off this video by saying a couple of really weird things that I mentioned here. Where is it? Didn't I? Oh, yeah. So the first thing that the Noodle says in this video, and this is to your point, sorry, I'm not trying to get off track, right? The first thing he says is that he doesn't read Boruto, and that he has no idea what's going on in Boruto right now, right? So that, in and of itself, is, like, weird to try to reconcile because of how many, like, Boruto scans and how much Boruto information he used in the videos that we've talked about of his before, right? Like the multiversal Naruto and all that shit. He's used plenty of shit from Boruto, including, like, the Sukuna Hikuna feat for Ishiki, which he didn't understand either. And then, like, the Boruto manga, which is where he, like, took the translation and changed it, or, like, used a changed translation. I don't know exactly what it was, but he didn't, like, credit the original person's work. You know, that was from a Boruto novel, and some other things I can't recall off the top of my head, like the Momoshiki fight. I think you referenced, like, draining. Oh, that was from the novel too. Fuck. But anyway, so he has referenced multiple things from Boruto before, and has talked about stuff like Shibai. Yeah, on the fucking one of Seth's videos, he talked to Seth about Shibai, and then in the comments was gloating about how the fact that, like, he misunderstood 10 Directions, and he was like, multiple parallel timelines have been confirmed in Boruto now because of 10 Directions. I was like, you know, clearly knows quite a bit about what's going on, but decided to start this video by saying, I don't read Boruto, I don't know anything about Sarada, and also this is an underdog matchup for Kaguya, and I stole the stage from fucking Troy, right? Like, so this kind of bring this back up for a second. This is not a whatchamacallit. There's not like a Discord debate that was scheduled, as far as I understand it. This was literally just like Troy was hosting a thing on Twitter where people could come in, and anybody who wanted to could kind of come up and be on the stage and talk about Naruto. And they were already having, I'm only here because I'm currently listening to it. I wasn't there at the time. But the, you know, lost my train of thought, sorry. Because that animation of Kurama playing in the background distracted me. But yeah, like, the idea is that they were already having, like, a conversation. People were already invested in that. And then Noodles really wanted to debate Troy, so he inserted himself into it. He says in the beginning of this video that he stole the stage. It was an open stage to begin with, so I don't know how that works. But yeah, that's basically what his whole brand or perspective is, right? He needs everybody to know before the conversation even starts that, like, he's like fucking super hot fire. Like, he's not a rapper, but he's still gonna win, right? He doesn't even read the comic, but he's still gonna win. Like, it's an underdog matchup. Like, Kaguya's on the back foot, which okay, how do you know that if you don't know anything about Sarada's abilities, right? Like, again, the whole point of this was just to kind of show up and try to, like, have Troy trigger his trap card and then leave. And that's exactly what happened. He tried to get Troy in this, like, weird, well, a reductio ad absurdum trap, and then when that didn't work, he just basically left. After a weird semantic argument about what it means to be relative, which maybe we'll dip into in a little bit. So anyway, this is kind of the way that he tries to debunk the Troy's point as well. Like, okay, sorry. So with that all being said, let's proceed with the debate. But I want to point out one more thing before we get further into Troy's like counters. That Noodle's claim, if you basically assume statements can be exaggerated, that's a self-defeating statement. That is a leading statement, so to speak, in that he's including this assertion that Troy basically assumes statements could be exaggerated. And then he's also saying, based on that, that's a self-defeating statement, which he doesn't successfully demonstrate in my assessment. He then strawmans, what's his name? Troy. And he says that Troy is assuming that the statement is exaggerated, which Troy never said. But then he tries to provide this counter argument saying that, like, okay, Troy's statement could be exaggeratory, and then somebody saying that Troy's statement was exaggeratory could be exaggeratory, and then that could be exaggeratory, etc., etc., etc. And this is something that I hadn't thought much about before, but, like, I don't even know if this is fucking possible. Pointing out that it is possible for something to be exaggerated, I don't know if it's, like, semantically, linguistically possible for that to be an exaggeration. It's actually kind of hard to think of something that could, like, an example of something that couldn't be interpreted somehow as being, like, an exaggeratory statement. For example, I was trying to think of an example the other day. I was thinking, like, okay, if I say salt dissolves in water, that's just a description of the chemical reaction that happens, right? There's no room for me to exaggerate that because, you know, exaggerations are references to quantity or quality, and there's no like judgment, there's no counting, there's no evaluation there. It's just an observation of what happens. But technically speaking, if you wanted to be semantically creative, I guess you could say, well, maybe only 99.9% of the salt dissolves in the water, and so I'm exaggerating. My statement could be exaggeratory, by saying that the salt dissolves in water because I'm implying that it's 100%. So there's a lot of ways to use semantics to kind of try to find cracks in that and to argue that most statements could technically be exaggerations. But just a literal description of, like, an axiom, essentially, like something could be true or false. Something could be exaggerated or accurate. Something could be hyperbolic or metaphorical. Acknowledging that possibility, I literally don't think it's possible for that to be an exaggeration. So, correct me if I'm wrong, like, literally, please, because I want to know if I messed up here. But this has now failed, and this especially has failed. And then we can kind of move on with the debate. Oh my god.
Self-defeating.
Possible, but no, that's not an argument. That presupposes
It
I'm
is
asserting.
self-defeating because you, at that point, you're just arguing that, you know, that these like that these possibilities just render the entire point
No,
useless.
that's not at all.
Yeah, so that again was a straw man. Noodles is trying to say that that Troy is making this claim, but it's actually a claim that Noodles is making about Troy.
What I
point
said,
is
that's a
useless
straw
'cause the
man.
same possibility applies
That's
to
a
you.
straw man. That's not what I said.
It's not a straw man. I'm not saying what you said. I'm just saying what happened.
Oh, if that's not what I
Explaining
said,
the
then it's
logic.
not my
Guys,
argument.
guys, 1 second.
What?
You're talking.
You verbatim said it could be
That's the third speaker there is Out Loud Truth.
the case that this
Yeah.
is an exaggerated statement. Yes.
Yeah. I said
Okay.
it
So
could
what
be.
I'm saying is that is pointing out that it is possible that this could
Yep.
be exaggerated. So I'm now
Yep,
pointing out that
that's
your
what it means.
counter argument could be exaggerated. It's possible that your counter argument could be
Okay,
exaggerated.
but the difference between me and your claims is that you're on the assertive. This is necessary for your scaling. This
Yeah, so I forget if we talked about this last time, but I think what Noodles is trying to do basically is to stop an infinite regress, which we talked about before. You know, like you could be exaggerated. Well, your exaggeration could be an exaggeration. Well, your exaggeration could be an exaggeration of the exaggeration, etc., right? The way to stop the infinite regress, and you can stop it at any given point, is just to start testing, right? So, like, this claim can be true or false. Before we go to the, before we go one step down and say, like, okay, well, what you just said could be true or false, let's just evaluate that first claim. Because if we can evaluate the claim whether something can be true or false, and we prove that, then we don't have to go on to that second thing. So, like, the databook statements could be true or false. Okay? How do we stop the infinite spiral there? Well, we just evaluate whether something written by a human being could be exaggerated or literal. That's pretty easy to do, right? We don't need to go on any of this fucking spiral whatsoever, because we're just acknowledging the fact that, like, yeah, sometimes things are not written in the most literal way possible. But the key takeaway here is that Noodles is essentially presenting Troy with a straw man of his own position. He's making another positive claim, well, he's going to get to in a second, by saying that Troy's skepticism is a positive claim. Claiming that is a positive claim in and of itself, and it's not one that Noodles has actually, what happened? Has actually demonstrated. So that's another, like, vacuous claim. And then Troy reminds him that, like, hey, cool, while we're doing all of this, while we're doing having this whole fucking conversation, this is what you're supposed to be doing, right? You're supposed to be demonstrating that Kaguya can understand an infinite-sized universe. Now we're talking about this shit. This is not going to help you. You need to actually prove your point, right? So let's keep going a little bit.
This is not necessary for mine.
You're also
You
saying
need
it
to
could be
prove
possible.
this.
That is an assertion. Saying it could be possible is a positive.
Yeah,
assertion.
you already agreed it's possible though.
I mean, I agree that your statement is also possibly contradicted and exaggeratory.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah, okay, so if Noodles actually wanted to explore that, the possibility that Troy's position is exaggeratory or whatnot, they could just stop there and they could test it, right? Avoid the infinite regress. Don't, like, go down this, like, pseudo reductio ad absurdum, like this leads to an infinite conversation spiral. Just test that. How can we test if Troy's position is exaggeratory, if his statement is exaggeratory or not? Well, what is his statement? His statement is that the databook statement could be an exaggeration. Where is the exaggeration? How could that possibly be an exaggeration? I don't think it can. Therefore, Noodles' claim that Troy could be exaggerating is false. He cannot be exaggerating when the statement that he's making semantically does not allow for an exaggeration. Therefore, the whole fucking thing ends, right? Like, if Noodles just applies the same kind of scrutiny to himself that he's trying to apply to truth, or is it truth? No, it's Troy. Then he'll, like, prevent the downward spiral that he himself is so concerned about. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to try to trap, in his own words, to trap Troy in that trap. Okay.
I don't know what you think you're doing,
You're
but
just
that
arguing
doesn't do it.
it's called an argument from possibility. It's just an appeal to possibility. You're not really progressing any argument by doing that.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, so, and again, he's now claiming that Troy's position is a argument from possibility. Now, I'm not always great with examples, so I brought up a couple of examples of appeal to possibility. An appeal to possibility or argument from possibility is actually a logical fallacy. Obviously, it doesn't lead to, like, correct understanding. This website tends to be a little edgy, so I'm sorry the examples here are, like, kind of unkind. But it does hopefully explain some things, right? So this would be an example from possibility. This character says, I haven't applied to any other schools besides Harvard. The other character says, you think that's a good idea? After all, you only have a 2.0 GPA, etc. Brittany says, are you telling me it's impossible for me to get in? Not impossible, but then shut your trap, right? So the idea here is that, like, since it's possible to that this character could get into Harvard, even if it's not particularly possible, they're apparently still banking on it, still think it's reasonable, still think it's worth doubling down on, so to speak. Dave says, do you know that Jesus liked to dress up as a woman and sing show tunes? Okay, why do you say that? Asked Tim. You have to admit it's possible. Okay, so basically this is an argument for possibility. Kind of what it sounds like is the idea. Wow, this is such a mess. What the fuck? I just wanted a couple examples. Occurs when one assumes that because something could happen, it will inevitably happen. This fallacy overlooks that being possible doesn't make something certain. Build probability. Let's see. Examples. Let's try a couple examples here. Murphy's Law, if something can go wrong at will. There's so many religions, so one of them has to be correct. There can be many worldviews, and all of them are wrong. I will never reach this goal because it's impossible that I will never reach this goal because it is possible that I cannot reach this goal. I'm certain to win the lottery if I just keep buying tickets. There's so many stars in the universe that it is certain that not only is there intelligent life out there, but that it has visited the Earth. Okay, so these are all good examples that are not shitty and not kind of weirdly mean of examples from Appeal to Possibility. That's not what Troy is doing at all. He's just acknowledging, he's not saying that, like, because this is possible, his argument is stronger than Noodles. argument because it's possible that Noodles is wrong. It's more likely than Troy is right and Noodles is wrong. He's just acknowledging the fact that there is a possibility and that neither of them have actually demonstrated which possibility is more likely to be true. And since Noodles is on the assertive, it's his responsibility to demonstrate why his perspective is more likely to be true than Troy's. Okay, so again, all he's doing is pointing out the fact that Noodles hasn't done his fucking homework. Which Noodles doesn't like it when you tell him that. Believe me, I know from experience. Sorry, are you doing a Eggman impression? Like, get a load of this. Did you ever play Sonic Adventure 1, like the final boss? He's just like, get a load of this. Get a load of this. The end. Anyway. Sorry, I hope I'm not just, like, bringing more, like, cringe-induced pain into your life after the surgery and everything. I find this kind of cathartic. Hopefully you guys will, too. But anyway, let's keep going. We're almost at the point of, I think, being done with this debate, maybe. We'll see.
I'm stopping you from proving your claim because you have inherent presuppositions.
I could just say all of Sarada's feats could just be dreams, right? There's nothing.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. That doesn't mean it's going to defeat any scaling. I haven't.
Yeah, exactly. So, Troy kind of comes back. So Noodle says, "Well, what if I make the claim that Sarada's feats could all be dreams?" And the claims like that would be baseless. Like it wouldn't get us anywhere. And Troy, I'm paraphrasing, but Troy basically says, "Yeah, okay, go ahead and do that. Like if you want to make that claim." You can go ahead. You introduce the possibility that the whole Naruto series could be a dream. That's fine. And then we can turn around and evaluate whether or not that possibility is likely and whether, you have any evidence to support it or whether I do. At this point, we are both neutral in terms of the evidence that we've provided as to whether or not the databook statement is exaggerated or not. So you can bring up whatever possibilities you want, and then we're just going to have to evaluate them, and that's going to take some effort.
I mean, given it.
Dr. Strangle says, appeal to possibility is just my claim is possibility, so it is true or likely to be true. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a nice, eloquent, or succinct way of putting it.
Anything yet?
Well, that's what your argument is, though. It's just baseless possibilities, right?
No.
Yeah,
I've told you that was a straw man like 3 times.
You don't have any evidence for why that this is just hyperbole. You're just
you're on the assertive. Oh yeah.
And
also, before we continue, wait 1 second.
Yeah, so here's a trap that folks should be aware of, right? Is that when I've been on the receiving end of this sort of thing in the past, and when I have been, my inclination is to be like, sorry for putting that on your nose, Madara. My inclination is to be like, hey man, okay, that's reasonable, right? Like, you're saying you want me to explain to you why I think this statement is maybe not hyperbolic. Or maybe hyperbolic, maybe not accurate. And you know what? If anybody like in Sage's server or anybody here or just anybody in general asked me about Naruto as a person, I would absolutely respond and say, yeah, I'll give you some evidence why the databooks aren't reliable, because I've read through all 4 of them, like all the character files, all the mini jutsu files, all the main jutsu files, like everything that I could find, and I have a list of a bunch of statements that are just totally fucking bogus. And so I can provide you with that evidence, and then I can actually look at the statement with you, and we can go through it line by line, and we can go through the series and see if the statement actually reflects accurately what's happening, because that's what I did with the other statements that I found. So yeah, we could do it. And the world that I want to live in, debate-wise, Naruto community-wise, is the one in which I get to say that. Because that's what I want. I want to be talking to somebody, and I want them to say something like that, and I want to be like, oh yeah, let me clarify, let me help, right? Let's go through it and enjoy the experience together and learn something. But if you say that, and you're debating against somebody like this, you will get, like, lambasted. You'll get lampooned. Because they don't give a fuck. They do not fucking care. And that was a mistake that I made that I had to wise up about. They're not trying to understand the series. They're not trying to understand the characters. They literally do not give a single shit. They're just trying to get you in a trap. And they're trying to get you to lose. And so if you do that, if you come forward and you say, okay, well, here's my book report on why the data books are wrong, then they'll say, oh, so you're making a positive claim that the data books are wrong, and now you have to prove that. The burden of proof is on you, and unless you can like objectively prove this, then you lose the point. And they will then use whatever tactic they can think of to try to distract you, to talk over you, to obfuscate you from doing that, so that when the timer runs out, they can say, well, he never proved that. So the evidence for Kaguya can understand an infinite-sized universe goes from being, here's my evidence from the manga, and here's how I can back it up, and here's how I can like prove it, to, well, my opponent wasn't able to prove that the data book statement was hyperbolic, therefore I win, and therefore Kaguya is. And if you actually, you know, I'm sure anybody listening to this understands that that logically doesn't work, right? Like your opponent's inability to, I guess, succeed in proving a separate claim doesn't have anything to do with your ability to prove your claim. You're completely like irrelevant from one another. And it's just a big sort of like cop-out and way to avoid actually, you know, making proof, like demonstrating the proof of your own shit. And that is antithetical to like an understanding of the series. That is just a big fucking time-wasting smokescreen tactic. But unfortunately, I guess if you come into a debate and you literally don't know anything about the series that you're talking about, except that you do, and you're not being straightforward about that, then what else can you do? How can you have, like, how could I have a debate with somebody on evolution, and I'm just like, I have literally no idea. I don't know what a cell is. I don't know what a gene is. I don't know what a fucking mammal is. I don't know what a Darwin is, but I can win this. Like, how the fuck could I possibly win it unless I basically just show up and like blare an air horn, or just say like something like not to call out anybody who has a religious belief, but to just say something along the lines of like, well, we all know that the universe was created and God is real, so you're stupid. You know, like, what other possibility is there? Unless you're going to actually have an honest discussion and then like sit down and be willing to learn and be willing to like expose yourself to new information and to possibility of being wrong and go over data in real time. But that's just not happening either, because we didn't even have the fucking data book statement presented. Not even like the one fucking panel or like page rather has been brought forward. So none of that shit is happening. And this is like looping back around to what you were saying before, Saria, is like, yeah, part of the last year of me participating in this stuff has just been very slowly, gradually trying not to be cynical about it, but understanding that this very particular part of the debate scene, this very particular part of Naruto discussion, has absolutely fuck all to do with what I thought it did, and actually doesn't have anything to do with Naruto at all, and kind of never did. Not pointing at Troy, like Troy's fine, but people who debate like Noodles does, and it's not just him, don't care about the manga for whatever I've seen. Like, in my opinion, based on my, like, just like, you know, disclaimer, whatever, it's my opinion, you know, may it please the court. But, this is not how you engage with something if you actually care about the source material, if you actually really want to know that you're right, or at the very least, if it's your priority, you know, the priority here, the focus here is not on understanding, it's not on comprehension, it's on whether or not you can not even win, because there's no win condition for Noodles here. He leaves, so he loses by forfeit. It's just if you can make the other person lose first or worse than you, which is the most like petty shit that I've seen in a long time. But anyway, Sorry says, I'm feeling like that army guy from Monsters vs. Aliens. Instead, don't cry, little lady, it makes my knees hurt. Don't debate power skills, it makes my spine hurt. Oh no. The last thing I want to do is cause you more ache in your troubled times. But yeah, it does. Sometimes it does actually like physically hurt to listen to some of this stuff. We all know that I created the universe, and you can't prove me wrong. I only choose to inhabit a human body temporarily, and you can't prove me wrong on that either. Honestly, it's like, have you seen that movie K-Pax? Kind of reminds me a little bit of that, but like the toxic, angry middle schooler version of that. Oh boy. Dr. Strangle says the not Noodles guy, oh, that would be Troy. Simply Troy 1 or just Troy. Is right that he doesn't have to do anything. Anyone who watches this debate can just see that Noodles tripped even before the starting line of a 1v1 question of why. Yeah, exactly. I mean, here's the thing. I don't really care about the scoreboard or the who won or who lost or whatever. That doesn't matter to me personally. But just for the record, because Noodles does say, "Hey, it's a competitive debate, bro." I mean, like, the moderator thinks he lost, the chat thinks he lost, and then he just left. Like, the debate only goes for 20 minutes. He leaves before Troy gets to do any scaling. Like, Troy never really talks about any of Sarada's abilities. I should clarify. He presents the scaling chain, right? The overall like summary of the scaling chain, but he never actually talks really about like Sarada's abilities or how she's going to use them in combat. He says she can fly and that she scales above someone relative to Kaguya. That's it. Because he does the same thing with 6, right? Like if you were here, you were here last week, right? We were talking about the debate against 6. He did the same thing. He just kind of like said his piece and then he left. And he did a very similar thing to Swag back in their first debate, where he just kind of said, everything that he made all the arguments that he wanted to for his character, and then he was like, okay, I gotta go now, I gotta leave. Okay, well, sorry that you want to leave, sorry that you have to go to work, but like Swag didn't talk about any of Payne's abilities or scaling for the most part. So again, like he doesn't even care whether anybody else thinks he won or lost, because he already decided before he entered the debate that he already won. And his win condition is just like entertaining his audience that likes this particular style of entertainment. It used to be at least about like, okay, like let's play to the judges, let's play to the audience there, but he doesn't even really seem to care about that anymore. It's literally just about I don't know. I don't even know. You have to ask him.
One second. Before we continue, do you want like Truth to moderate or what? Or do you want?
Yeah, I can clarify.
Let's just. I think we can keep it pretty chill between us. You think we can do that?
Well, no, yeah. I'm not gonna like spur a gun on you. I'm talking about moderating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with
I do kind of wish people would stop saying that.
like a
saying,
moderator. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah.
Okay, true.
Guy,
Okay,
just
so y'all
one
want
second.
to clarify on the clarification on the argument.
Okay, there's a couple other people talking. There's just people on the stage. There's like a moderator who might be speaking up. There's this guy called Outlaw Truth that's about to speak. And I think we should hear what he has to say.
Okay.
If this is for the sake of
for clarification, bro.
Okay. Well, I think Troy is basically saying, I get the counter argument, but Troy is basically saying it's inherent to your argument that it's not, hyperbolic. So you would have to give some evidence, or else the possibilities are just equal, and your claim can't progress.
Yeah, that's it. That's perfect. That's all everything I've been trying to say this entire time, Truth just said in like 10 seconds. Truth was absolutely correct. And shout out to Truth, like +1 to Truth. Really wish that they would take his messaging to heart. Troy, for the record, Troy did just fine. But Truth also like put it very succinctly and very calmly. Yeah. So I wanted to provide like a little fun example for a little bit of reprieve. Hopefully you guys are all familiar with the Loch Ness Monster, right? So let's say I came forward and I had this photo of the Loch Ness Monster. So I said it was the Loch Ness Monster. And I said, Nessie is real. I want to convince y'all that that she is. And then somebody responded to me by saying, like, well, why the fuck should we believe that he's real or she's real? And then I present my photo and I say, look, here's my photograph. It is a photograph of Nessie. So she's real. And then you respond by saying, yeah, but the photo could be fake, man. Like, how the fuck do I know that this is real? You gotta prove that this photo is real, man. And that it's of the thing. Like, can you prove that you were actually taking a picture of Nessie and not just something that looked like Nessie? Like, it kind of looks like somebody's hand coming out of the water. What other corroborating evidence do you have? Because this could just be a bunch of bullshit. And then I respond to that by saying, well, you could be a bunch of bullshit. You could be fake. And then, when I said that you could be fake, that could be fake. And this whole town could be fake. And like that air could be fake. And like, but that is what Noodles is doing. Just ask yourself if like that helps anyone with anything ever. Like, seriously. Like, come on, man. If you actually had a perspective that you wanted to argue, you wouldn't have to do shit like that. If you actually had evidence for it, then you would rely on your evidence, present that, and, not have to do this shit. But it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't accomplish anything. Okay, so I do want to kind of see if I can find one thing real quick. So 90-second break as I looked for. Flessie's really Mario. Yeah, I'm sorry, I get the lore mixed up. Versus full videos of this one. Okay. I want to. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can find this. I think it's 15 minutes in. So I think this is Noodles responding to something, to Outlaw Truth coming in and providing clarification. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, true.
Guy,
Okay,
just
so y'all
one
want
second.
to clarify on the clarification on the argument?
If-
Yeah.
Well, I think Troy is basically saying, I get the counter argument, but Troy's basically saying it's inherent to your argument that it's not, hyperbolic. So you would have to give some evidence, or else the possibilities are just equal, and your claim can't progress.
The problem is that same argument's applicable to like every statement, including his own arguments.
This outlaw true guy, he's trying to help Six here.
So first of all, Noodles can't tell the difference between Troy and Six, even after the debate is over and listening back to it multiple times and recording audio and presumably editing it before he put it up here. Didn't bother to learn the difference, but okay.
You're completely irrelevant, big dog. You don't even understand what we're talking about at this given point. You're kind of like the third level goon henchman that like Batman defeats before it goes into the compound. You know what I mean? You're kind of like the alleyway goon that he destroys and dumps in the dumpster before he goes inside. Fights the real villains. Like it goes like Six, then Troy and Sage's Six Cabs, and then there's you, right? Like you're the third level goon. So preferably don't pipe up the next time I'm trying to debate somebody, but really out of touch with what's going on.
Okay, you.
So I mean, apart from the fact that was just like rude and mean and shitty and immature and dumb, so far the person out of the three that have been speaking in the debate thus far, Truth is the one who has actually summarized the problem and helped identify it clearly and cleanly and succinctly, and is stepping forward to try to help move the conversation forward, and is doing a better job than either of the other two have, which I don't blame Troy for, by the way. I'm just saying that the Truth is actually providing a very clear and succinct push forward. And after the fact, however many days or however much time has passed since then, this is the way he chooses to respond to it. He gets the debater's name wrong, and then he just he's like, yeah, buddy, you're just I'm like the villain, and you're like the I'm like Batman, and you're like one of the little villains that I just pick up and I throw them in the garbage can. Yeah, you belong in a garbage can. Shut the fuck up, man. This is not impressive. It's not it's just I don't know what the goal was to achieve here. What he was hoping to achieve. I clearly didn't understand what Truth was talking about. If he had, he would have seen that yeah, he actually was hitting the nail on the head, right? Touching it with a needle. I just heard that in HBO's Rome. I think that expression. Dr. Strangle says, people tell me Noodles used to be good. When? It seems to me he fell into pseudo-philosophy group and thought him wrongly about this appeal to possibility stuff. Yeah. I think, so the funny thing to kind of understand is that he goes from this debate to the one that we talked about last week with Six. And in that debate, he says, Six, this is the problem that you and your, you and people like you and Troy have, is that you don't make any points, you don't progress the argument, you don't have anything to really contribute, and you're just gainsaying, you're just saying no, right? And so I guess I don't even know why Noodles bothers debating anymore. He just released a video on some sports controversy or whatever, and seems to have put a lot of time and effort and craft into that, seems to be enjoying that. So I mean, I don't even know why bother going in and having these discussions. But there's not really, there's nothing there, right? There's There's no real scaling. There's no real argumentation. It really just seems like he got tired of people challenging him and asking him for evidence, and then like, so I'll admit this. When I listened to the first debate between Noodles and Swag, I was like really impressed by both parties, and really I was just excited that people were talking about Naruto at all. Having a debate about Naruto and like 400, 500,000 people watch that. That's fucking insane. That's amazing, right? I'd never really had friends who were into Naruto, so it was always this kind of thing that I was like kind of private about, I guess. There's a couple exceptions. There's a couple of people who were close to me that shared it with me, but for the most part, it didn't really seem like something, from my perception, that it like penetrated the same way that Dragon Ball had, and so it was just like my own private thing that I enjoyed. And then I found out that like, oh wow, there are these people talking about it. They really understand. Like they're talking about all these scans. They're talking about data books. There are whole books full of data. Wow. And they're making arguments and they're like rebutting each other, like debunking each other. And it's fucking great. These guys are super smart. They know what they're talking about. And then like the past 2 years was me like rereading the series once and being like, wait, a lot of that doesn't make sense actually. And then going back and listening more carefully and realizing, oh, okay, a lot of this is just like really sketchy. And I think partially because of Noodle's old content, but also because of like channels like Sages and Sixes and stuff like that, and Swag, of course, there's a lot of data about Naruto that's like available now in a way that it wasn't like 4 or 5 years ago. The community has produced a massive amount of content. Like some of it is, you know, just like the 60-second slop AI generated stuff, I guess, but like a lot of channels make a lot of really good solid stuff. Small channels do, big channels do, and if you want to learn about anything in the Naruto universe, it's really not all that hard. If you can just look something up on YouTube. You can very quickly find yourself invited to a Discord to talk to other people directly. People go out of their way to like volunteer their time to help you better understand it, right? Translations and stuff like that are being dispelled. Mistranslations are being dispelled, and the community as a whole has just presented, like, it kind of seen through a lot of the bullshit on the one hand and then the misunderstandings on the other. And so if you're a person who for the past, you know, half a decade has relied mostly on a cursory understanding of the series supplemented by debate tactics and rhetoric, then at a certain point you're just going to run out of shit to contribute and shit to say. And at that point you can either do one of two things, or three things, I guess. One is you can just leave and do something else, which I think would be better for everybody. Two is you can really go the route that everybody else is doing and really research it and double down on like understanding and comprehension and interpretation and really try to get it, like genuinely get it. Or you can just fucking double down on the semantics and on the rhetoric. And Noodles thinks his win condition is just finding a way to trap his opponent. But people are not as slow as they were 5 years ago. Not to say that people were stupid or anything, but like people have been talking about this and working on it and practicing and just learning more and having their consciousness raised. And it's not that easy. It's just not going to work. It's not going to go anywhere. Sage is not going to fall for this shit. Like Six didn't fall for it. Troy didn't fall for it. And like somebody else said, I don't think Troy's even like a debater per se. What's his name? Shaw didn't fall for it. So like, it's just not going to go anywhere. But anyway. The One Jack says, gotta go to sleep. Have another wonderful rest of the day and goodbye. Hey, you too. Thank you very much for stopping by. Get some good rest and be safe. Have fun. Dr. Strangle says, when I found these people, I was in the middle of a reread, so I instantly like these people are not as... Yeah. I mean, I think Swag, not to be too critical, but I think he... I don't know if Dunning-Kruger is real. No, that sounds too mean. I think that he knows quite a bit about the series, but he got to a point where he's like, I mean, clearly I understand it well enough now, so I don't need to go check anymore. And he does get things right a lot of the time, and he's a decent debater when the time comes for it. But then, like, there's a bunch of stuff that he says that I feel like he could, in debate specifically, where he could just, like, go pick up the manga and look, and he'd be like, oh, whoops, haha, no big deal, I got that one wrong, but doesn't, and then, like, it just kind of comes across as being not apathetic, but like not particularly interested in the fact checking, and so sometimes things fall through the cracks like that. It's a little unfortunate. Noodles is basically Peter Hitchens. Oh wow, that's a pretty scathing indictment, but honestly, probably not that far off. Have you seen the one, his debate with or conversation with Alex O'Connor, where he just like storms out halfway through? Honestly, yeah, that's a pretty good comparison. Debate people like Noodles says, Dr. Strangle, I don't know Troy guy. Yeah, Troy is the one who's been talking to him so far. I don't think he debates much. I think maybe he does. I don't really follow him on X or whatever. He has a YouTube channel where he makes a lot of like Boruto content. Yeah. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna look through my notes here to see if there's anything else that I want to really go over. One sec. Yeah, okay, so let's do this. I think I want to go for maybe another half an hour. Let me do one thing here. Okay. So, let's take a look at Naruto vs. City. Oh, I was already there. What the fuck? Okay. Because this is the databook statement that Noodles does eventually bring up in his own video. And I want to see if we can actually find where that is. What is this thing that keeps flashing here? Give me 1 second. Sorry for the wait here. Okay, yeah. You can just go here. So let's take a look at the databook statement, because this is the thing that he's using for his like understanding of Kaguya's situation. So let's read it together. Okay, this is from the 4th databook. The infinite Tsukuyomi is specified as being a genjutsu. It's also used by Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya. Okay, the divine eye observes all things of creation caught in this prison of infinite dreams. On a full moon night, the Rinne Sharingan, capable of manipulating the world, is reflected on the moon, and then its light illuminates people on Earth, placing them in eternal genjutsu. The light emitted by this technique can cross obstacles, so even if a person is hiding in a closed place, he cannot escape. Those who have fallen into infinite dreams are enveloped by the roots of the God Tree, which have been expanded on a global scale by God Nativity World of Trees, and have their chakras sucked into eternity, the circular eye floating on the moon. The moon turns into a Rinne Sharingan, putting all of humanity into a genjutsu. Rinnegan's appearance appears in the eyes of those affected by jutsu. Those involved in jutsu are trapped by trees, and their chakra is absorbed. Is this the right one? Because I thought it said Tress. Oh. Yes, Tress. It does say Tress. Okay. So I think we talked about this. Looks very familiar. I think we must have talked about it during the, multiversal stream. But just to kind of go through this quickly, the divine eye observes all things of creation. So I think this is what he's referring to when he says that it could observe all things in reality. Now, it doesn't say like everything in the whole universe specifically. What does it say? It doesn't say that it can observe an infinite-sized universe. It doesn't say that it can perceive everything in the universe or perceives all of reality specifically, but I understand how you could get to the that understanding from all things of creation. This is probably like Shinra Bancho or something like that, right? So understandable, but let's see how that fits into the rest of it. Well, first of all, there's a mention of an infinite dream. Okay, there's also this phrasing, manipulating the world. There's also this phrasing of reflected on the moon, and the light illuminating people on the earth. So this particular ability, regardless of what this thing says over here, is that it's a genjutsu, and the way that the genjutsu works is that it's light reflecting on the moon, and the moon illuminates the people on the earth, and then puts the people on the earth in genjutsu. So the light goes and finds persons, hiding in closed places, and puts them into dreams, and the dream, that situation is expanded to a global scale and have their chakra sucked into eternity. Not sure what this is referring to exactly. I mean, it goes into Kaguya herself at the end. But that's something you could look into as well. Circular eye floating on the moon. Well, the moon doesn't literally, the eye doesn't literally float on the moon, so that's an odd translation. The moon turns into Rina Sharingan. Well, that doesn't literally happen, right? It's more that just like the reflection of the Rina Sharingan shows up on the moon, but the moon doesn't become all like fleshy and weird and gross. It's not literally Rina Sharingan. Putting all of humanity into Genjutsu, so that talks about humanity, not all of reality. Rinnegan's appearance appears in the eyes of those affected by Jutsu. If you take this literally, then that would mean that like the Rinnegan appears in the eyes of people who are affected by Jutsu in general. So anybody who's not currently under the effect of a Jutsu wouldn't be affected. So random civilians with no ninjutsu wouldn't be affected if you take it literally. And then those involved in jutsu, again, weird phrasing, are trapped by trees and their chakra is absorbed. So if we just take this entire thing at face value, literally, without fully understanding like the translations and the quirks, we wind up in like weird situations where we have to accept that, I guess, the Rinnegan only works on people, the Infinite Tsukuyomi only works on people who are like actively using jutsu or something like that, right? Or those who are currently already affected by jutsu. It doesn't say what jutsu, right? So if you take this literally in the most literal way possible, it takes us to weird, ridiculous places. It doesn't make sense. You have to look at things in context, right? And what it's explaining to us, what's literally happening, is that light is reflecting off the moon, and the Rina Sharingan is reflecting off the moon, and that casts a genjutsu on everybody on Earth. That's it. Nothing in here says anything about like cognitively perceiving an infinite universe. The infinite part is coming from the dreams, right? The dreams themselves are infinite. So Troy's skepticism is like 1,000% justified, in my opinion. Dr. Strangle says, I don't trust Naruto universities half the time they are translating to English from a Chinese translation of the data books. Yeah, I heard that sometimes they go from like Japanese to German to English or Japanese to Portuguese to English. So I think it's correct to be skeptical. I think people have better translations of some of this stuff. Well, let's just hear what he has to say about the translation itself, right?
The infinite Tsukuyomi.
Fuck you.
The divine eye that observes all things in creation, caught in this prison of infinite dreams. Obviously, the first thing there is that I say that Kaguya can observe everything in the universe, so she can see all things in the universe. She's taking in infinite information.
Okay, taking in infinite information. So first of all, I mean, I don't know if we even really need to break this down. Do we really need to go point by point and explain what the problem is with this? Yes, if you interpret this first line and in the most literal way possible out of context, you could say that like her Rinnegan specifically is observing all things of creation, but then how does that actually work, right? Like, what is the model that you're proposing to go along with that? Like, how can she simultaneously see all things in all directions throughout the entire universe? Does that actually make sense given what we know about her as a character?
And then it's stated that she creates infinite-sized dreams that she puts people in, so she's literally...
Okay. No, it literally doesn't. It says that, I think, if anything, it's saying all things of creation are caught in this prison of infinite dreams. So, like, the infinite Tsukuyomi itself is imposing, like, a dream that is itself infinite, right? Like, eternal. Notice how it says eternal over here. And it says eternity over here as well, right? But those things are also dreams themselves. They're not necessarily real worlds. So let's go back one second.
Then it's stated that she creates infinite-sized dreams that she puts people in, so she's literally manipulating infinite information.
Okay, and that, again, like, the fact that she creates dreams inside the minds of people, like she puts people to sleep, she hypnotizes them, she creates a dream for them, doesn't mean that the dreams themselves have infinite size or are filled with infinite information, because for that to be the case, that would mean that the brains of every person would be able to be would also be able to like handle infinite information because it's happening inside their brain, right? So again, that's not supported here either.
This is further repeated down here, those who have fallen into infinite dreams. And I'm basically arguing that she's able to take in infinite information, therefore has infinite mental reaction.
Okay, so again, like, that is a complete non sequitur as well. Being able to perceive infinite, like, let me just put it this way. That is a claim that I understand how it like sort of follows from the statement, but at the same time, like try to put that into context in the series itself. Like Kaguya, who is blindsided by Sakura at a given point. Kaguya, who has to have like Black Zetsu explain like strategy and stuff to her. Kaguya, who is still kind of stable, like unstable and all that, apparently can see all things in the universe and perceive all of reality. Well, what does that mean exactly? Like Kaguya can see all of the atoms in a star that's 1 billion light years away. Does that actually seem reasonable? Does that make sense? Is that something that she ever actually practically uses over the course of her fight? Does it make sense for her to be using her chakra and to devoting any amount of her focus to processing the data of stars that are billions of light years away? Know how we talked about like 4 quadrillion or 40 quadrillion black holes or quintillion black holes potentially existing in the universe? If the Naruto universe has that same number of black holes in it, again, is she really dedicating her mental focus to processing the like every iota, every like vibrating quark or whatever? Like I don't even know the terms for the most like tiniest infinitesimally small elements of reality, on the order of like trillions upon trillions upon trillions upon trillions. I don't even know if we have an adequate mathematical framework to describe how many individual particles of things are in the universe. And she's just processing all of that information simultaneously. Does that make more sense? Or does it make more sense that she used a fucking genjutsu and it reflected off the moon and put people into a dream? Like, which one of those two things really legitimately explains the situation better, has more explanatory power, is more like reflective, pun intended, of the character as we know it, as represented? Like, this is the problem if you take things like hyper literally and don't actually use them in context, and then you take your own like weird tangential headcanon interpretations. At the end of the day, none of that shit matters. You have to look at what is actually happening in the manga. What do these characters actually do? Does she do anything that kind of demonstrates any of that to be the case? And the answer is no, of course.
Six. I keep saying that. I'm sorry, Troy. Troy's argument to this is just... Oh, yeah, Troy's argument to this is just that infinite doesn't have to actually mean infinite here. It could just be something else, right? And I'm just arguing that that's just baseless, right? That's baseless to say it could mean something else. What you're...
It's not baseless to say that something may be interpreted in multiple ways. That's just a fact of linguistics, right? Like, he's not then saying that his interpretation is more valid or whatever, or there is a more valid interpretation. His interpretation, his alternate, if he were to provide one, could be meaningless, or could be baseless rather. But acknowledging that there are multiple interpretations, there's nothing baseless about that, right? So we don't need to play this whole thing. You can go watch it if you're interested in it. And I guess let's see.
You're saying it could mean something else as well. It's possible that what you're saying could also mean something else. So you kind of lose the ability to understand definitions of words after that. You can never really come to an understanding with someone if you're just always questioning whether or not something's potentially literal or potentially exaggerated, because almost everything is potentially exaggerated. In fact, it'd be hard to prove that anything wasn't exaggerated at that point, just based on that standard. So yeah, I'm gonna quit yapping and talking in circles and let the debate continue.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. So yeah, it is actually, like, I'm sorry if this upsets anybody, but it is actually the case. It's true that anybody that you talk to for any amount of time ever could potentially be wrong, hyperbolic, lying to you, delusional, misguided, misinformed, etc., etc., etc. Anything that anybody says at any given time could potentially be incorrect. That's just a fact. I guess you could say it's an axiom, maybe. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that you can never talk to anyone, that you can never have a meaningful conversation with anyone, that you can never try to interrogate the things that other people are saying and understand whether they actually are like factually accurate or reflective or whatnot. It doesn't mean that you you should just like never communicate with another human being. It's just, it calls upon us to try to care quite a bit about the accuracy and veracity of what we're saying. What it means is that we just have to be super vigilant and make sure not to lie to each other, and make sure not to like deceive each other, and to be apathetic and have that apathy lead to misunderstandings, etc., etc., etc. Right? It's ironically, Noodles is afraid, it seems, of things spiraling out of control, and conversations breaking down and being completely meaningless, and losing all opportunity for people to connect and understand each other. But he is literally doing that. He is ensuring that that happens by misunderstanding, like misconstruing the data, misconstruing the series, and then also misconstruing the nature of the conversation and leading it down these like pointless spiraling tangents. So, I mean, if you're really afraid of like people not being able to show each other their guts, if you really have that sort of Madara idea that people are never really going to understand each other, then you could help by not fucking doing this, and by just trying to be accurate with your reporting, and like fair and patient with your conversation. Like, that's really the only way to do it. And just acknowledge that kind of shitty reality, if that's how you feel about it. Acknowledge that the shitty reality that we live in, where we can never really know anything for sure, and then work really, really hard to try and get as much good knowledge and as little bad knowledge as possible. That's it. You can like work with people to figure that shit out. But I mean, like, I've heard him say in debates before as well that like somebody accuses him of being dishonest, he'll say like, well, you can never know for a fact if I was dishonest or not, because you can never know what's in my head. You can never know what I was thinking. Therefore, it's completely baseless for you to say that I was lying or being dishonest. You can never know what anybody is thinking ever. And then I forget if it was like Jay the Great or Batman V1 challenged him on them, and he was like, wait, so you can never know if somebody loves you? And then he was like, yeah, you never really know what's going on inside anybody's head ever. Like, you can literally never understand what anybody is thinking or feeling. So I don't know if he still holds these opinions, but he seems to be coming from a place where like he doesn't believe in empathy and like human understanding on some fundamental level. Like, deeply, deeply cynical about people's ability to like connect and understand each other, but also kind of resentful of Troy and other folks like that using these sorts of arguments in debates. So I don't know. There's a lot to unpack there, and that's beyond me to be able to unravel it all. All I can do is like try to help people better understand the manga itself and how to make arguments about the manga. Because so far, after all this, I still don't know how fucking strong Kaguya is. Saria says, Kaguya creating 10 to the 80 particles in every person's infinite universal mindscape of being unable to react to a non-sixth path character. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I mean, and that's the other thing too, is that like, okay, cool, she can do all that. Why the fuck would she? Why the fuck would she be doing that? Her purview is that she just needs to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi on the Earth. Why the fuck would she be looking at like what's happening on like quartz on 33B, 10 billion light years away, when what she just wants to do is get the chakra back from like her descendants? Doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Much better explanation is that it's just hyperbole. That just fits so much better, much neater. Let's keep going for a little bit. I kind of want to go for like one more minute into the debate because there's some stuff that hasn't come up yet that I want to review.
The problem is that same argument's applicable to like every statement, including his own argument.
Okay, you can say
it's like
okay.
It's like in order for him to rep that
Noodles.
stance,
That's
it's
not
just
that's not what that means.
self-contradicting.
That's
Yeah,
not
it is.
no. That's not what that means.
It
So
is.
you're kind of
You're
misunderstanding
appealing to
what I mean. by
possibility. It's an appeal to possibility.
So let him.
by me,
Again, not understanding the appeal to possibility fallacy.
well, let me finish. Let me finish.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
By me saying, right, it's possible this hyperbole and not meant to be taken as like the infinite everlasting reality is so, since you're on the assertive, you can't claim this to be the case, so you can't have this range. You can have this infinite
It's stated
reaction.
that
Hold on,
you-
wait, I'm not done. Not
Yeah,
done.
yeah,
Not
go
done.
ahead, go ahead,
You
go
can
ahead,
have
yeah,
this infinite range and infinite reaction time, right? Since you're the one.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. He explains it in more detail in this video here, but in the debate itself, what his point was basically like Kaguya can perceive infinite space, and because she can perceive it, that means that her brain can process it, and because her brain can process infinite space over finite periods of time, that means that her brain is moving at infinite speed. And if her brain can move at infinite speed, then that means that she herself can also move at infinite speed, which means that she could blitz Sarada. I think that's what the argument was. So I'm gonna repeat that because it was kind of a mouthful, and I missed one thing. So the argument goes like this: since Kaguya uses an ability, a genjutsu, called the Infinite Tsukuyomi. When she uses the Infinite Tsukuyomi, that genjutsu, she observes an infinitely sized universe. Because she observes an infinitely sized universe, she can perceive infinite information. Because she's perceiving infinite information over a finite period of time, therefore she can process information at infinite speeds. Because her brain can process information at infinite speeds, that is technically motion, because her brain has to move to do that, and therefore Kaguya in general can move at infinite speed, and therefore Kaguya in general can blitz Sarada without using the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Because he never actually says, like, okay, well, here's he's going to accomplish this by using... He never says that Kaguya is going to accomplish her BFR on Sarada by using the Infinite Tsukuyomi. The Infinite Tsukuyomi is the thing that supposedly has this, like, infinite perception ability or whatever. He's just saying, like, she has this ability that gives her infinite sight, and then also she's going to beat Kaguya. Sarada. I'm pretty sure that none of that math actually works out. Even if it does, well, first of all, there's like a problem with every single statement there and every single conclusion that comes from the statement. But like, even if the math there works, like perceiving infinite information over finite time equals infinite mental speed, even if that's true, like none of that shit was ever brought up or ever surfaced or ever explained in the debate. Not one like single math equation, not one single equals sign was ever surfaced to kind of support that. So yeah, please go ahead and explain to me how that works mathematically, and then we can maybe go from there. That's a terrible induction argument. Yep. Yeah, it hurt my brains.
One who
I actually mentioned the argument to a friend of mine who knows nothing about Naruto. I just explained it in terms of like vague characters, and he was like, he's like drinking his soda and just like slammed it down on the table and like spilled some. He's like, "There's no fucking ways that's stupid." I'm sorry, I don't want to be mean, right? My goal here is not to be like, hey, this guy is dumb, let's pick on him, let's make fun of him, ha 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 ha, right? Like, I have no desire, I don't want to make anybody feel upset or feel self-conscious or bad about anything. But it's like the arguments themselves are just so apathetic and vapid. Like, genuinely, I want to be clear that, like, as I'm making fun of the stuff here, I'm not trying to make fun of Noodles as a person. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or like insult anyone as a person. I hope that's clear. But I want to just make that clear in case I haven't, in case I've like been too harsh or anything. It's just that the ideas themselves, I think, are like disrespectful both to other people and to the like the community and to the manga itself. And the ideas are dumb, and I would like them to go away. That's it.
this claim is necessary for. I haven't did anything, so it's not a defeater to say, well, Troy, if you bring up some in the future, I can do the same to you.
Did you
Nigga,
not
you
provide
can do whatever
to my
you
argument?
can do whatever you want.
Troy,
I
you provided
can't
a
stop
counter
it.
argument though, and that counter
Yeah, the way he says want is like very, very close to the way the Six says it. That's kind of funny.
argument gets debunked by itself. It's
No, it doesn't
self-defeating.
get
Your
debunked.
counter argument self-defeating. In fact,
It's not self-defeating at all.
It's like regressive to power scaling.
Explain how it's self-defeating.
That's honestly kind of one of the weirdest like things to hear somebody say. That skepticism is regressive to power scaling. When I heard that, that was the thing that made me want to start making videos about this. Because let's be honest, I talked about noodles a lot on this channel, and I think we're kind of at the point where there's not that much more to learn. I think I've been much more enjoying the I mean, I enjoy all the streams, but I've been really enjoying the streams where we've been talking about just going through fights and stuff like that. And I want to focus more on that because I never finished the Weeaboo Warrior debate with Noodles. It would be fun to do that at some point, but I was listening back to it recently, and I was like, what else am I going to say? Like, we kind of went over all of this stuff, and this is the last thing, just to talk about the tactics, to talk about the debate, hostility and stuff like that. We kind of covered it. And so, but hearing somebody say that, like, work so hard for so long to undermine, like, power scaling debates and conversations, and then turn around and say, no, you Troy, are the one who's actually undermining power scaling. I mean, like, starting off the conversation and just by the first thing that was said was a misrepresentation of VSB before the rest of the conversation even got fucking started. Was like, not only VSB, but also like character stats and profiles. That's how the conversation started, with misrepresenting power scaling. So I mean, like, what the fuck?
Because I can point out any random possibility.
Yes, you can. That doesn't defeat my point.
Listen. I can point out that, like, let's give a moment where someone gets blitzed in one shot. Think of a moment like that. Give me a moment like that. Someone gets blitzed in one shot. In that moment, we can just say it's possible that they just weren't mentally prepared in that moment, and that they were moving slower and mentally nerfed, right? Like, that's just a possibility.
Okay, yes.
And because
So we talked about that on stream last time. Ironically, the way to avoid that is by using stuff like the standard battle assumptions, right? Like, basically, we can just agree that, yeah, technically speaking, over the course of a fight, keep going back to that, over the course of a fight, it's really hard to prove that every single character dodge and motion and stuff like that is really for sure at 100% strength and really for sure at 100% speed. And yeah, if you do just decide to go like, well, can you prove Naruto was really moving as fast as possible? Maybe if you were like using one of the Biju, he could have gone even faster. If he was a little bit more amped, he was a little faster. Like, why didn't he use Kokuo to pull apart this thing? And like, because over the course of a fight, characters are not always going at max. So the characters take time to kind of unveil their power, to kind of test things out. They don't, if you're in a boxing match, even if you really want to win the boxing match, you're not just going to immediately like try and in some cases, if you think it's appropriate, you might do this, but a lot of times you're not going to just wind up your strongest punch and then throw it directly at your opponent's face. Right, you actually have to be tactical. You have to plan. You have to conserve your strength. So, and Kishimoto, as somebody who actually cares about fight dynamics, is very well aware of that and writes that into his fights, like, consistently. So, that's where relativity comes in. Oh, my voice is cracking. That's where relativity comes in, where we don't have to argue whether characters are constantly demonstrably above each other's blitz speed or whatever. We just demonstrate that they are capable of showing relativity to each other over the course of a conversation, and we get over the course of a fight, and we get away from all of that, like what's the term for it, like henpecking? Oh, that's something else. Nitpicking bullshit. We just focus on the core of the arguments. So there's a way out of it, but it's not like what Noodles is talking to Troy about.
Because we can't internally judge whether or not this character is actually mentally nerfed or not, and you're just pointing out that that's a possibility, you're not actually making a claim based on evidence. You're just baselessly assuming a possibility could be the case without any evidence yourself. And because of that, I can apply any possibility to any given situation, including your own counter.
Oh my god, that's so dumb.
It's just a self-defeating position.
That is so dumb.
Okay,
You should look into it.
Or do you want me to clarify?
Hold on, Outlaw Truth.
I was gonna say, like, it's not.
I kind of wanted to debate Troy.
Nah, it's fine. I'm just.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like unless you just want me to repeat the argument, it's not.
Yeah, I was just saying. I don't really feel like you're understanding.
Yeah, we kind of went in a circle.
Yeah. I'm saying I don't feel like you're understanding the claim, and like I don't want to. It's kind of weird for. Oh wait, one second.
I don't know. But
yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's kind of like, because you know how debates work. I don't want to move on and be like, well, Noodles, he didn't understand or properly address, so I technically win that point. I'm pretty sure you want to you want to properly respond to my
I'm pretty
argument.
sure. I'm
Yeah, so oh, wait, hang on, almost.
pretty confident I properly responded. I'm absolutely confident, actually.
Okay.
So we can
Okay.
move on.
Okay, so I just wanted to let that play out because, I mean, like, the whole, like, I'm absolutely confident I responded to this. Okay, good job. But also, Troy was actually being pretty diplomatic there, if you think about it, because he was saying, like, okay, I don't want this to happen where, like, we move on to something else, and then it turns out later that you didn't get a chance to get your thoughts out, and you didn't get a chance to debunk my my counterclaim or whatever. I want to make sure you actually get a chance to say your piece before we move on, which is kind of cool, right? That's kind of good sportsmanship. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because I've been pretty negative this whole video, but I think it's important to acknowledge the positive stuff when it happens. I want to see if I can find one thing over here, but I think we're gonna wrap it up pretty soon. My voice is starting to crack. Yep. Okay, so I'll just say, like, I'll post the fucking video in the Discord, or the debate in Discord, if people want to listen to it. You can go through and watch his video if you want. He kind of spends a lot of time pontificating about the debate, but oh yeah, so I will say that if you can watch the debate in context, it makes sense to do so, because even though all he's doing is just jumping through different parts of the debate, it's a very different experience. I don't know how to describe it, but, like, I watched this first, and then I had, like, a certain impression of certain people in the debate, and then I went and I watched the debate, and I was like, oh wow, okay, that was totally different context, right? So try to listen to it in context if you can. And yeah, I guess the only other things that I would want to talk about are the relativity. Basically somewhere around here. Let's go for another 5 minutes or so, and I want to see if we can find the point where Troy starts talking about his, like, scaling chain and stuff like that. And then if we can get some of that out to give him some air, so to speak, then I'll be good for tonight.
Yeah, if you think, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
the point that I'm going to make is just that, like, because she can perceive infinite time, or infinite time, not just infinite time, she's able to perceive infinite space because of her Sharingan on her forehead. And because of this, she's able to process infinite information, and the ability to process infinite information over finite time would be infinite speed. So I think she has infinite speed, and I think she can just throw a universe and completely alter it in moments, which is also just moving infinite space. So she can move infinite space at infinite speed at any given moment. And I think at that point, she just BFRs Sarada, who has no time, space, ninjutsu to get out. She can never return.
Cool.
So I'm really glad I let that play out, because this goddess right here apparently is capable of moving at infinite speed across infinite space and infinite time, while perceiving and processing infinite amounts of information, infinite data. But gets hit by fucking Sakura. So this means that Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura are relative to a person who is moving infinite speed at infinite time. You could say, oh, well, she wasn't doing it here. She was doing it elsewhere. Okay, where exactly? Where exactly over the course of this fight was Kaguya moving at infinite speed over infinite time, infinite space? Where exactly was she doing that? And then how is she going to use that against Sarada exactly? Because if at any point in this fight she was actually doing that, and there was another character that was capable of reacting to and perceiving that, then that basically sets up this ridiculous scaling chain where anyone relative to this Sasuke and this Naruto in perception and reaction speed is also capable of moving and or perceiving things infinitely and reacting infinitely over infinite time and space. That's what this means. So talk about a reductio ad absurdum. Talk about a reduction to ad absurdity. That's what this is. That's what I'm doing right now. Kaguya moving infinite speed, infinite time, infinite space means that fucking, like, basically Sakura is like borderline outerversal. So yeah, let's go with that. That's fine because Sarada should be relative to this Sakura. So that's fine. So she can just do that too. Everybody in Boruto who's relative to these characters can just fucking move faster than the universe itself. Not to mention that I think he said Kaguya can just throw a universe. Because Kaguya can do mental math and process all the data in the world, she can also throw universes around. Okay, so I'm really glad I let that play out. Maybe I'll go just a little bit more. Yeah, it's fucking garbage. It's fucking garbage.
Ignoring how, right? She can't do that because I already told you why. A chain scaling anyway is just Naruto, Sasuke, above Momoshiki, relative or above Kaguya. Just fuse Momoshiki and codes over them, reuse over code. I think you get the chain scaling, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was trying to say before. I added some stuff because some people in Discord had also like provided some scans or whatever. I'm sorry I have those. I should be showing those, but yeah.
There's like a chain scaling amongst these like randoms that don't actually have anything to do with like what the feats I'm talking about with Kaguya, because this is the strongest Kaguya ever, not the Kaguya that they knew of.
So that's an interesting response. Choi introduces the concept of scaling Naruto and Sasuke to Kaguya, and Noodle's response to that is, I'm not talking about some randoms that have nothing to do with Kaguya. I'm talking about a stronger version of, like a, what do you say? Let's hear it again.
Codes over them, reuse over code. I think you get the chain scaling, all right?
Yeah, there's like a chain scaling amongst these like randoms that don't actually have
randoms that don't have anything to do with them.
Anything to do with like what the feats I'm talking about with Kaguya, because this is the strongest Kaguya ever, not the Kaguya that they knew of.
So apparently there is a stronger version of Kaguya that I didn't know we were talking about. I don't even know what that stronger version of Kaguya is, but there's a stronger version of Kaguya that is not relevant to these randoms that have nothing to do with Kaguya's abilities. Good.
Who are you using Kaguya from Naruto, right? Not this headcanon Kaguya. I don't know.
The fact that Choi has to ask that.
I'm just talking about the Kaguya that like absorbed the Shinobi Alliance and was stated to be the strongest Kaguya ever.
Okay, so we saw her absorb the chakra, not just from the Shinobi Alliance, but from the world, from like humanity in general. And also, I know what statement he's talking about, but he never provides a statement for Kaguya being the strongest Kaguya ever. We have a statement from Zetsu saying that that she's become like exponentially stronger or something, right? But actually, the point, I know it's somewhere around here. Oh yeah, here. Mother just gained more power. Both her might and speed are now exponentially greater. Okay, so I think that's what he was referring to, but he didn't actually show that. So I guess what it turns out that what he's actually using for scaling in this matchup is specifically this version of Kaguya. But this version of Kaguya also like doesn't cast the infinite Tsukuyomi in character because she's already done so. So this stuff here from the infinite Tsukuyomi wouldn't apply. It wouldn't be in character for her to use it. She doesn't use it that way. Yeah. I know. Maybe you could make an argument that she could use it. Trying to be fair. But yeah, just scanning through this. Okay.
That Kaguya. So I'm like talking about this Kaguya that the other
if that's the one that
that's like the Kaguya that none of the Otsutsuki's ever even met.
Again, like that's kind of an assumption as well, right? Like, yes, this version of Kaguya at the end of the fight was stronger than earlier. Like after she stabilizes and absorbs the chakra, she gets stronger. But that has nothing to do with whether or not she was stronger before, when she was still with the other Otsutsuki, right? Like, she hasn't gotten back her chakra from Hagoromo, Naruto, or Sasuke yet, or like the other combatants that she hasn't finished absorbing. So she might have actually been way fucking stronger back during her prime before she got to Earth, let alone, you know, or probably when she got to Earth and absorbed everybody for the first time, but like still, you know, before she ever divided up her chakra into the world, there's still chakra out there. The Shinobi Alliance hasn't been fully converted to White Zetsu. You know, there's still an opportunity for her to have been stronger in the past. That hasn't been demonstrated. And then, not to mention, fucking, we have no idea how many Otsutsuki that she knew. We know that she met Ishiki, right? Obviously. But, and I'm pretty sure Momoshiki knew her. But, how do we even know, like, how many Otsutsuki there are? This is just a big ass assumption again. Saria says, why does he always do this? It's always some alternate unseen version of the characters, just like with Hagoromo and the Rinnegan to get Kakuzu buffet. Just whatever tactic works, right? What any port in a storm, just anything to just get through the arguments, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, what does that have to do with my chain at all?
I just don't see how you're going to scale them to Kaguya to begin with or above Kaguya, like interverse. Like, I don't think that's even possible because they don't have any, like, related opponents.
Oh, this is just...
To be fair, like, Noodles is kind of doing the same sort of skepticism here that Troy was doing earlier. And he's basically just saying, like, yeah, I don't think what you said is possible. So he's basically saying, like, I think it's possible that you're wrong. It's the same thing Troy did before. So he's engaging in the same kind of skepticism he's resistant to himself.
This is just Naruto and Sasuke getting stronger.
Naruto
Like,
and Sasuke get
they
stronger,
scale
that
to
doesn't matter.
Kaguya. Yeah, they scale to Kaguya. So
Kaguya
it doesn't
scaled
matter if
above them.
Momoshiki
No. It took like 4 of them to beat Kaguya by
Yeah,
herself.
that doesn't matter to relativity. That doesn't debunk
It does
anything.
because
Cool.
in any one-on-one, she would have killed any of them.
You said it any what?
And if it was a one-on-one amongst any of them, she would have killed any of them.
Yeah, that
Even
doesn't matter to relativity.
does,
That's not
even
attacking
if
the
it was a
claim.
2v2 or a 3 or
Okay,
a
that doesn't
2v1 or
debunk
a 3v1.
relativity.
It does though. It does because that means that
No,
they're like
all
they're literally
you're
having to,
saying
like,
is that they
have two-
can't be relative
Think
because
about that,
she
bro.
would have
Think
won
about that, bro.
one-on-one.
Okay, so I just want to, you know, not be arrogant here. And I want to look at something here. Relativity. Really? Okay, I might have to just, whoa, what the fuck? That's really weird. Try that. I'm surprised they don't have a specific thing. Okay, so this might be something that I'm just gathering from the community. Yeah. So, I can be challenged on this for sure. Let me just look. Relativistic, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so this is interesting because I've definitely heard people use the term relative like a lot in various communities, various debates, and I was kind of expecting that there would be a clear-cut explanation here. But so I'll just kind of explain what I understand relativity to be, and then of course if this is not the case, if there's like an actual definition out there, let me know. I'm happy to be corrected. But everything that I've heard about relativity, and this is what Troy says as well, is that two characters being relative, like they don't have to be equal in stats or have like equal opportunity to win a fight or anything like that. Relativity just means that they can, to a certain extent, perceive one another's motions, they can respond to it, they can possibly land a hit, they can possibly avoid a hit, that they are not just getting blitzed and one-shotted and deleted, that they have some kind of capability of engaging with their opponent in a meaningful way. So what Troy here is trying to do is to establish relativity. Noodles is sort of refusing to acknowledge the definition of relativity that's being provided. And given that he previously said that he thinks that Troy is being regressive to power scaling, I think not knowing what relativity means after 5 years of debating in the comm is pretty fucking regressive to power scaling, and refusing to like listen to or understand your opponent's elaboration on that also pretty relative to power scaling. And seeing as like he's called out other people like I think Six, but probably Troy in the comments, and been pretty acerbic about like calling other people hypocrites. It's hypocritical to be hypocritical and then call other people out for being hypocritical, especially when they're not being hypocritical. So that's like another thing. And you know, this is all you need to show relativity. Like, this is Naruto being relativity to Kaguya. He also said that like all of these characters would have died in a 1v1. Well, here's Naruto fighting with her 1v1 at the beginning of the fight. And I know what he would say to that is like, I guess like he's specifically saying that this version of Kaguya, like the final prime Kaguya or whatever, that Naruto wouldn't be able to defeat her one-on-one, that Kakashi wouldn't be able to defeat her one-on-one. Maybe, but we don't have that much to actually go off of in terms of her feats and anti-feats, right? We see her fighting 4 people at once, but Kakashi's able to engage. Yeah, so like Kakashi himself is able to engage with her in a way that like negates one of her abilities and damages her. Kakashi's doing this on her own. She's not really focusing on other characters at the time. On her own, on his own. Like, Kakashi's able to like deal a significant blow to her, not really focus on other characters. If you're gonna make the argument that like she can't keep track of the other characters, she's distracted, she's mentally nerfed because she gets to deal with multiple people at the same time, then like, okay, I thought she could process infinite amounts of information at infinite speed, so she shouldn't have like a mental cap on her ability to process this shit. So yeah, Troy is absolutely correctly referring to relativity. This Kamui thing here, one example of one of them might have gotten killed, but Naruto with his doppelgangers might have been able to like fight her on her own. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's just a big assumption.
Hold on, bro. She's like beating them back to the point that it takes 4 people to actually.
Yeah,
like,
she's
destroy her.
stronger.
She's stated to be the strongest ever. So there's no.
Okay, yes.
Okay, she's stated to be stronger than she was previously by Zetsu. That doesn't mean she's stated to be the strongest ever. There's another statement that's made that's not given clarification or a statement or anything like that. So it's another baseless claim.
She can be stronger. That has nothing to do with
They
relativity.
have nothing that's on the eternal truth-seeking orbs level.
There's no such thing as an eternal truth-seeking orb. This keeps coming up. This is the expansive truth-seeking orb or the expanding truth-seeking orb. There's no eternal truth-seeking orb. Okay, there's no such thing.
Well, they have nothing on the
That has nothing to do with
They have
relativity.
nothing on the dimension switch whatsoever.
That has nothing to do with
They're never
relativity.
even able to. The only reason they're able to counter the dimension switch is because they have time-space teleportation in Jutsu with Obito and Kakashi. So
Yeah, she can BFR. She can be strong. Wait, one second. She can be stronger, and she can BFR them. That doesn't debunk relativity. So,
What do you define as relativity?
Well, the ability to they can react. They can outspeed her
But
sometimes
the
or hit
problem
her.
is she's reacting, fighting 2-on-1. Imagine if me. and
Okay,
you
cool.
on,
That
like,
doesn't mean
imagine You're
anything.
fighting 2 dudes at once, right?
I'm
If you're
I'm
fighting
not
2 dudes at
Kaguya.
once, are you not going to be
I'm not
distracted on
Kaguya.
other people?
Okay, so he's bringing up the possibility that if you're fighting 2 people at once, you could potentially be distracted by each of them, and so you might be like mentally nerfed by that. First of all, in order to substantiate that, you would need to demonstrate that like fighting multiple opponents necessarily like actually reduces your mental capacity or whatever, your mental acuity, because as long as your brain can actually keep track of what's happening, you might not actually get distracted. Like, how many action movies are there that we've seen of characters being totally able to flawlessly finesse like a group of all kinds of different people, right? Like, the number of sensory inputs that you are currently processing will eventually get to a point where you can't keep track of everything anymore, but that'll depend on your like brain power, but also on your like, reflexes, on your just on your skill and your experience. It's kind of like if you start juggling and you start off with juggling 3 balls, it might take a lot of your focus to focus on all 3, but then you see people juggling like 20 objects of different shapes and sizes and densities, and they can do it while like singing and riding a unicycle. You can get better at that shit, right? So the fact that a second opponent has entered into your purview doesn't mean that you are somehow like now mentally nerfed, and especially if you are a character who apparently can perceive infinite amounts of information at infinite speeds, then what the fuck does one other extra body do to you? That's why Troy is saying, like, I'm not Kaguya. Saria says she literally has a Byakugan and a Rinne Sharingan on her forehead. She's absolutely not distracted. Yeah, exactly. And she was able to previously take on, like, the whole fucking air force of Naruto's shadow clones, and do just fine. Like, she parried the Uzumaki Naruto barrage, so...
I'm not Kaguya. I don't have a Byakugan, Rinne Sharingan, and
Yeah.
God levels of
You can
chakra.
still get caught off guard. This was shown with Sakura.
You said this was shown with Sakura?
Yeah, Sakura
Okay,
caught
she
off
cannot
guard.
care about Sakura. That doesn't debunk
Well, I'm
relativity
showing
with her,
you that
Naruto,
she's
and
so
Sasuke.
focused on Naruto and Sasuke that she was not reacting.
Yes,
to
those
what
are the
was
characters
through.
I'm using
The
to
problem-
scale.
The
Cool.
problem is, bro, she's having to fight multiple opponents at once, which is taking her focus away from one person.
Okay, prove
if
that.
any of them were in a 1v1,
Prove
they
that.
would have lost.
Prove that.
Like, okay, yes.
Prove
Remember
that.
when Naruto got dropped off in a random dimension? If he's in a 1v1,
You talk about Sasuke?
either one, not Sasuke, Naruto, when he got dropped off in like the ice dimension. Remember?
Okay, so again, like, Troy, I wasn't gonna do, like, a debunking of the debate, but fuck it, like, it's fun. So Troy correctly says, oh, it's kind of sweet. It looks like the rabbit is saying, I love you guys. Oh, that's cute. It's, you know, like, Troy correctly is pointing out that, okay, that makes sense. That seems there might be some kind of logic to it. I don't know if I'm being too generous there, but it sounds like that was... Sorry, let me, I kind of lost my train of thought. Troy's asking for proof. He says prove that. That's totally fair, right? So now Noodle says something got dropped off in the ice dimension. Okay, so this is Naruto and everybody getting taken to the ice dimension. And then Troy says, do you mean when Sasuke got dropped off in the other dimension? Noodle says, no, it was when Naruto got taken to the ice dimension. So that didn't happen. Like, Sasuke is the one who gets dropped off. He didn't get that right. And Naruto and everybody get pulled into the ice dimension. So he didn't get that right either. So
He's fighting in the ice dimension and shit.
Oh yeah, she came there
if-
with him though.
Yeah, I know that.
I don't think you did, but okay.
If she, fuck.
That's BFR. That has
I
nothing to do
know
with stats.
BFR would win though because she would just outlive
Okay,
Sarada.
yes,
at
yeah,
that point. She'd die of hunger.
noodles. I'm not saying that they were gonna win or
I need to
anything.
make my point. She would have
I'm
already
not
left.
saying they were
She
gonna
would've-
win
she
or
would've
anything.
killed Naruto in that 1v1, bro. That's not relativity. It's
Okay,
she
cool.
would
That doesn't
one-shot him.
debunk.
Again, then that's just an assumption as well. Unless he's saying that, like, well, no, it is still an assumption, right? Like, Naruto is clearly able to contend with Kaguya. He's able to keep up with her. He's able to do some things that affect her. And he's able to rip her fucking arm off and blitz her. So, like, after Obito dies. So, like, it's possible that much, much faster and mightier version of Kaguya later on would still be capable of killing Naruto, but it's just an assumption currently to say that that's the case when we know that Naruto is capable of blitzing her. And for that blitz, Kaguya herself did not show relativity to that mental amped blitzed Naruto. And that mental amped blitzed Naruto also wasn't using the power of all the Bichu, as far as we know. Like, we didn't get, I think we didn't get any of them saying, like, now for unparalleled speed or whatever, right? So, like, yeah, that would just be an assumption as well. Hey, Dreamer Draws, how's it going? Thank you so much for checking out this stream. Hope you're having a good Sunday evening. So continue.
You can
Relativity.
one-shot
Why
somebody,
isn't
you're
that
not
relative?
relative. You have an ability that's way superior.
No,
to them.
you
And that's
you
the
can
same
have
ability I'm using
negation.
superior to Sarada.
You
She
can
has
have
she
durability
has
negation.
nothing on Kaguya's level. Nothing.
You can have durability negation. That has that's like saying
It's
because
not just
Anoki could take. Wait, let me finish.
durability
Let me
Go
finish
ahead.
because I allowed you to finish. That's like saying.
Okay, so I think what Troy is trying to establish here again is not to try to make any sort of argument to the effect that Naruto and Sasuke were going to win. Like, I think that it's possible, like, you could potentially argue that, but Troy, or at least, sorry, to clarify, so I think that there is an argument that this version of Naruto versus Kaguya, like, is not an instant death or something like that, because clearly he's, like, showing that he can blitz her, he's showing that he can wound her and react to her and stuff like that, so there's relativity there. Now here's something that can kind of counter what I was saying before, which is that Naruto gets together with all of the different Biju and uses all these different attacks simultaneously, he accomplishes this, and so does kind of push her back and hurt her some more, and destabilizes her. But it doesn't kill her, too. So, like, that's obviously a durability feat for Kaguya. Weird that he was actually able to deal more damage with just, like, that claw swipe than with all of these other, Rasen Shuriken. But still, I think what Choi is just trying to establish is that Naruto, in perception and speed and reaction, is at least somewhat relative to Kaguya. Because if he can do that, then he can say anybody else who has relativity to this version of Naruto could at least not get like immediately blitzed by Kaguya. Noodles is trying to argue in response to that the Ame no Minaka would just be an instant BFR, but we've seen as we've gone through these panels, these chapters, that even if she does use Ame no Minaka to transport everybody to another dimension, she still has to physically move her ass out to get back to her main like root time space or whatever else, right? If she yoinks him in with the Yomotsu Hirosaka, she still needs to physically perform that feat. And if other characters are relative to her, they can perceive that and they can react to that. Okay, well then it's not an instant win. Like, I just turn this ability on and it just auto wins me the fight or something like that. Thank you, Dreamer. I do appreciate it. It's always nice when people stop by, and we've had great conversations. I've had some some really funny back and forth this evening. But yeah, are you doing okay? Things going well on your end, hopefully. I think I'm gonna need to wrap it up soon. I apologize, you just showed up and I'm about to end the stream, but you can probably tell my voice is kind of cracking. It's kind of giving out a little bit, so I should probably go get some dinner and call it a night. But let's go for one more minute, and then I'll kind of wrap things up.
Saying because Anoki can one-shot Ishiki hypothetically with particle style, that he's above him because you can't one-shot someone you're relative to. No, yes, Kaguya can. Not finished. Kaguya can be strong.
I really like that analogy, actually, because yeah, if Anoki has this ability that might be a one-shot kill, but he needs to actually get it off, right? He needs to charge up his chakra, he needs to fire off the jutsu, he needs to position himself, and if an opponent can just see that coming and dodge, or if the opponent sees that coming and blitzes him before he fires it, yeah. So even a one-shot kill isn't necessarily a one-shot kill if you can't fire that shot.
Stronger than them, she can BFR them. That has nothing at all to do with reacting.
She would kill them
hitting, or
if she BFR'd Sarada, she would die. You agree with that, right?
I mean, yeah, that's not addressing the point. I don't.
I'm just saying that's like a valid win con. The only reason these people were able to survive is because they combined. Is because they.
Yeah. So just to clarify, if I were to approach a debate like this, I were to be arguing for Kaguya, I would feel it would be my responsibility to do this, right? Like, I think Kaguya can win. She uses this ability to win. This is how she can use it in character. And this is my evidence, and these are my examples of her actually using it in character. This is how the ability actually literally works. Let's take a look at it, and now I can prove to you that this works this way. I've done that. Now you can move on. Now I turn it over to you, my opponent. Look at my evidence, contest it, and let me know if there's something wrong with it. And if not, you'd need to accept it. And if so, then let me know, and I can maybe revise my position. Don't just say, like, hypothetically, vaguely into the ether that, oh, yeah, she just BFRs him and wins. Like, that doesn't help anybody. That doesn't explain anything. Bring some scans, at least a couple, kind of explain how things are being used in character, and use actual real examples from the series as opposed to, like, hypothetical, odd interpretations of databook statements. Dreamer Draw says, no worries, next time we'll try to stop by early. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it. I know people are in different time zones. I used to have the stream earlier in the evening, but then as like my family needed me, and I also wanted to spend more time outside before, like, during the brighter months of the year, so I decided to move it back a little bit. Hopefully that's not too inconvenient.
Combined tactics, combined a bunch of.
Glad to hear. Oh, sorry, I missed that comment. I'm glad to hear you're doing good.
Okay, cool. I never said they could win by themselves.
At the final attack with Kakashi just pulling up this insane, like.
Okay, actually, I think that might actually be a good place to stop. That was kind of the main thing I wanted to establish, was the discussion about relativity and I wanted to go over the stuff about like Kaguya having an infinite brain or whatever. And yeah, just trying to think if there's anything else I missed. So one of the things that I considered doing this evening was to go through a bunch of different debates, including the old Swag Kage debate, and point out examples of, like, here's how you do use skepticism, here's how you don't. Like, here's an example of Swag Kage not using it very well over here. Here's an example of Parrot using it well over here, etc., etc. And we could still do that. And maybe I'll put a poll and see if people are interested in doing that, because it'll be like a kind of like a highlights reel of a bunch of different debates. But honestly, I feel like, you know, I'm reminded of a friend of mine used to say, if you can't be a good example, be a terrible warning. And I think that this debate was basically the terrible warning. Also just realized that Kaguya is like making her hand shoot out an ash bone. Like, I never like remote controlling her arm. That's pretty cool. Unless it's Zetsu doing it. But that's also pretty funny. He's just using her arm as a shotgun. But I think, you know, to kind of summarize everything that we talked about tonight, I feel like, for whatever reason, this seems to be too much to ask, but if you're talking to somebody else about anime and having a debate with them, there's just a couple of basic things that you should understand. One, the fucking manga or anime, you should read it, you should be familiar with it. Two, that if you make a claim, other people are going to challenge you, and you should bring evidence to support that. Three, that traps and rhetoric and like tactics don't actually advance your position at all. And I guess 4, that declaring yourself the winner doesn't actually make you a winner. And if any of that has resonated with any of you in any sort of meaningful way, then I feel like I've accomplished what I set out to with this video. Going for, I mean, like, the debate's only like half over. I don't really think we need to proceed, because it just kind of winds up repeating itself, although next time we can do it if you want to. The debate with Shad as a follow-up was much the same, except Shad was really, really good. Actually did a really wonderful job of just like advancing the conversation, keeping things moving, not getting bogged down. So he's sort of a great example of de-escalation and trying to find a compromise. Like, shout out to Shad for microing that. Doing a really good, like, tanking that, so to speak. And then as for the other stuff that Noodles has done, I mean, like, I think we kind of covered it. If he does a debate with Sage, I'll cover that, because, you know, that's going to be interesting. But other than that, I think I kind of said what I needed to say. I kind of got it off my chest, so to speak. I hope that folks will basically, my biggest contention or frustration or pet peeve or whatever with this kind of rhetoric is that it discourages other people from going and doing their own research and developing their own ideas. It is usually correlated with an attempt to monopolize information and perspective on the series, and to declare people as being like allowed or not allowed to have perspectives based on their rhetoric rather than their actual understanding. And I don't want any of that shit. I want you guys to understand that you know, you have just as much right as anybody else to understand the series, to develop your own theories, to develop creative interpretations, and not to just have anyone dictate like a hyper literal understanding to you. If you talk to other people about this stuff, please try to be patient. Please try to be understanding and to share your understanding. Please understand that you might be challenged, and that, you know, maybe try to look at that challenge as an opportunity for you to learn something new and teach the other person something new as well. Understand when people come at you and try to like discourage you or demean you, or to use like bullshit manipulative tactics on you. What the only reason for them to do that is to distract you from the truth and from your own knowledge and edification and education. And in doing so, they are revealing their own weakness and insecurity and cowardice. And I guess more to the point, their own apathy and lack of genuine care and concern for either, you know, the community that they're supposed to be contributing to, or to the series, its creator, its messages, its characters, etc. So just do your own thing, man. Like, do your own research, do your own, like, delve into the characters that you yourself find inspiring, and don't let any of that shit get to you or distract you from what you think is meaningful. With that being said, I think I have concluded this chapter. I think next week we're gonna go on to discussing more of the Naruto versus Pain fight. That's been a lot of fun. Thursday, got some more Dark Souls 2. Very obscure in the near future. Thank you, everybody who stopped by. Oh, Dreamer, I just saw your comment. I'm going to be honest, it's my first time watching this kind of content, but I'm interested. Oh yeah, no worries. Welcome. More than happy to have you. So just for some context on what we were talking about tonight, this is, I'm going to assume that you don't know anything, and so if and not to like, sorry, I'm going to just like describe everything we've been talking about. So sorry, like apologies in advance if you already know some of this stuff, but we're just talking about Naruto. And in the Naruto like online community, people will have debates from time to time. One of these folks is named Noodles. He has this channel over here. I'll show you where it is. Noodles, that's his channel. And over the course of, a few months, I've listened to several of his like scaling videos. And scaling is just like him comparing different characters to each other, talking about like which characters are, which he thinks would win in a hypothetical fight or something like that. I take issue with a lot of the ways that he communicates with other people, and I find that he brings up a lot of really interesting topics, but it just fundamentally misunderstands the series. And then when it comes to debates, people will get together sometimes and like argue with each other. It's supposed to be for fun. It's supposed to be for education and all that. But like versus battles, like who would win, X character versus Y character. The arguments and the data that are being brought up, are just kind of like bad representations of what's happening in the series, and they're also kind of filled with like logical fallacies, and they're kind of hostile, and they kind of just like wind up shutting down conversations and misleading people, and I find it very unfortunate. So my goal tonight, I don't know if you were around for like this stuff here, but my goal tonight was to try to map out the argument, kind of explain all the different points and claims, like where the claims went wrong, what the logical fallacies were, and then just kind of go back and talk about Kaguya and Sarada in context. Because the hypothetical battle that they were talking about, that they were debating about, was Kaguya versus Sarada from Two Blue Vortex. And I hopefully, if I accomplished my goal was to provide both some context into both of those characters, but then also to like break down all the individual arguments. So if you have any questions, feel free to, the video on demand will be, or the VOD will be in the live section of my channel. I leave all of them up. I'm never gonna take them down unless I'm forced to. And feel free to leave me any questions, any comments that you like. I have a Discord as well. I don't know if you're into that, but I'd be happy to shoot you, or actually I'll just say straight up, the name of the Discord is, or my name on Discord is the same as this, just John the Maven. So if you want to hop in and talk about Naruto at any point, feel free to send me an invite, and if not, that's totally fine. Anything else? Yeah, I'm starting to get pretty tired here, so I'm just starting to ramble. Sorry about that. But yeah, thank you so much for the subscription. I really, really appreciate it, and look forward to talking to you more about this stuff. We do Naruto every Saturday night at 6 p.m. EST, and we do Dark Souls and video gaming stuff on Thursdays at 8 p.m. EST. But yeah, if I don't hear from you again this evening, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a great night and great rest of your weekend. Sorry, it says, oh yeah, are you still looking to commission for your stream stuff? Yeah, absolutely. I've been kind of slowly trying to build up like a list of bookmarks and stuff on my phone. I haven't found anybody yet that I'm like 100% decided on, but I'm definitely still looking. So if you have any recommendations, please send them to me on Discord if you don't mind. That would be great. Oh yeah, and so I'm about to head out, but I hope that you feel better and that your recuperation continues smoothly and calmly. You have a chance to just relax and enjoy. Enjoy might not be the right word, but you know what I mean. Like, just have a good day. Appreciate the conversation and the shared catharsis. I'm gonna head out, but thank you again, everybody, for stopping by. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.